Oh, the people that you spoken
areas were covered, and a lot of takeaways also were there. Along with it, the main highlight or one of the key highlight was the panel discussion, which was, I'm sure all of you would have enjoyed it, which covered the main what do you say, the buzzword of AI, where it was very clearly mentioned there are two roles in it. One is using AI as a tool, and others teaching AI. So the discussion is on, and a long way to go ahead before we decide on the right framework which we have to use. So that was one of the interesting thing. Along with that, in the evening we had the demos and posters, wonderful hands-on activities and games and innovative games by the VE team. And for the visually impaired with the tactile games was very interesting. And to end the two exhaustive day of knowledge base was the entertainment or the cultural evening. The dance, I'm sure all of you enjoyed, by the cultural dance by the PCIT volunteer, as well as the dance by one of our teacher presenters over here, and the song. The Antakshari also was very interesting. Those who have missed, I think it was a loss. So saying this, we'll go ahead with today's presentations. Initially, we'll be having teacher presentations followed by interesting hands-on workshop. The teacher presentation will be held in two halls. The hall one will have, I will just read out the hall one. Amruta Pawar, Imrose, Ankur Tripathi, Purvi, Anusha, and Parinas. You'll be in this hall. The other team will be there in hall two with us. And I now hand over to Chitra to please. Okay, for hall two, it is Dwapan Roy, Anusman Kumar, Harshada, Sharmeen, and Bhagyeshwari. Yeah, and we have got only one presentation from all these. So if you're here, request you all to kindly give us the presentations. Thank you.
Good morning, everyone. Good morning. Uh, so today we are going to have these presentations by the organizations, various organizations such as PyJam and Center for Creative Learning, Muskan Dreams, like that. So that is this session. So I would like to call the first speaker, Amrita Pawar and Pramodini Naik from CYDA on the topic Code Without Computer. Please.
She has already read the names of the presenters here. Is it clear to everybody? Just
Yeah. We already that is those who are going to present in this hall are Amrita Pawar, Imroz Khan, Ankur Tripathi, Purvi Burai, Anusha Parinazirani. These are the people who need to be here for presenting. Rest,
tell you, you attend presentations here. The teachers, the presenters have not uploaded the presentation. So if you're not a presenter, you please attend this session. When that starts, we'll intimate. Okay?
what's your name? Okay. Yeah. Okay. It's not yet started. Yeah. Hello.
Very good morning, all of you. Today we are presenting in front of you the code without computer model. And first upon, I want to express my thankness towards the CTiS Computational Thinking Conference that they have selected our module over here. And expending too much time, हम लोग हमारे मॉड्यूल की ओर चलते हैं तो ये कोड विदाउट कंप्यूटर है जो माई सेल्फ प्रमोदिनी नाइक एंड अमृता पवार आर प्रेजेंटिंग हियर सेंटर फॉर यूथ डेवलपमेंट एंड एक्टिविटीज CYDA की तरफ से हम लोग आए हैं और ये जो हमारा मॉड्यूल है हम 5th to 10th ग्रेड के स्टूडेंट के साथ ले रहे हैं जिसमें हमारे पास 3 ट्रेन टीचर्स हैं नेक्स्ट तो नेक्स्ट मैम तो बैकग्राउंड मॉड्यूल की जो है सेंटर फॉर यूथ डेवलपमेंट एंड एक्टिविटीज CYDA बेसिकली अडोलेसेंट एंड यूथ डेवलपमेंट के लिए काम करती हैं। जो अंडर प्रिविलेज सेक्टर के अडोलेसेंट और यूथ है, हम हमारा 13 to 25 ईयर्स का एज ग्रुप हम फोकस करते हैं थ्रू द स्किल बिल्डिंग एंड एजुकेशन। एंड स्टेम इनोवेशन लर्निंग सेंटर से हम स्टेम एजुकेशन बच्चों को दे रहे हैं, जिसमें कॉम्पिटिशनल थिंकिंग है और लर्निंग अपॉर्चुनिटीज स्टेम की है, जो हमारे 21st सेंचुरी से स्किल है और टुडेज नीड है। नेक्स्ट, तो जो कोड विदाउट कंप्यूटर जो ये मॉड्यूल है, हम लोग देख रहे हैं कि वो ब्रीचिंग द लर्निंग डिवाइड जो है, मतलब जहाँ पे भी इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर नहीं है या फिर कंप्यूटर नहीं है, वहाँ पे हम ये कोडिंग बच्चों को सिखा पाते हैं। तो कंप्यूटर के ऊपर डिपेंड रहने की बिल्कुल ही ज़रूरत नहीं इस मॉड्यूल के लिए, और इक्विटेबल एक्सेस हम हमारे बच्चों को दे सकते हैं, जहाँ पे भी कंप्यूटेशनल थिंकिंग हम प्रमोट कर सकते हैं। फिर अर्ली इंट्रोडक्शन ऑफ कंप्यूटेशनल थिंकिंग के लिए ये मॉड्यूल बहुत ही ज़्यादा प्रभावी है, जहाँ पे हम अनप्लग्ड एक्टिविटीज से या फिजिकल एक्टिविटीज से हम लोग लॉजिक, सीक्वेंसिंग, रीजनिंग और फन वे में बच्चों को सिखा पाते हैं। और अगर हम बात करें 21st सेंचुरी स्किल की, जहाँ पे हम प्रॉब्लम सॉल्विंग, क्रिटिकल थिंकिंग एंड कोलैबोरेशन, टीम बिल्डिंग जैसे स्किल्स को बच्चों में प्रमोट कर सकते हैं इस मॉड्यूल के थ्रू। नेक्स्ट मैम, इंक्लूसिव एंड एंगेजमेंट की अगर हम बात करें, तो जिस जहाँ पे भी इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर या फिर हाई एक्सपेंसेस की जरूरत यहाँ पे नहीं लग रही है, इस मॉड्यूल के थ्रू हम कॉन्सेप्चुअली हम ये कंसेप्ट अडॉप्ट कर रहे हैं, फिजिकली बच्चों को हम इससे एंगेज कर रहे हैं। और उनका जो जब हमने बेसलाइन और एंडलाइन किया, तो 85% बच्चों में से कॉन्फिडेंस इन बिल्डिंग कॉम्पिटिशनल थिंकिंग की हमें दिखाई दी, जहाँ पे सेल्फ बिलीफ और वो टुडेज के मतलब इन फ्यूचर वो एक कोडर बन सकते हैं या फिर क्रिएटर्स बन सकते हैं इस मॉड्यूल के थ्रू। और इस मॉड्यूल में सबसे ज्यादा स्केलेबिलिटी है, रेप्लिकेबिलिटी है, जहाँ पे हम अलग अलग एनजीओज या स्कूल्स है जहाँ पे भी कंप्यूटर्स अवेलेबल नहीं है, इंटरनेट की कनेक्टिविटी नहीं है, फिर भी हम कोडिंग बच्चों को सिखा सकते हैं अर्ली इंटरवेंशन के माध्यम से। आगे जाके उनको कंप्यूटेशनल थिंकिंग और कोडिंग का इंटरेस्ट इसमें बढ़ सकता है। तो चलते हैं कि ये एक्चुअल मॉड्यूल क्या है उसकी ओर। तो अमृता आपको बताएंगे कि क्या मॉड्यूल है ये।
गुड मॉर्निंग ऑल ऑफ यू। माई सेल्फ अमृता पवार। और जो हमारे एक्टिविटीज़ होते हैं कोड विदाउट कंप्यूटर में, हम जो एक्टिविटीज़ करते हैं, तो मैं यहाँ पे आपको एक्सप्लेन करती हूँ। तो फर्स्ट एक्टिविटीज़ ऑब्स्टैकल नेविगेशन। तो जो ब्लाइंड फोल्ड गेम बच्चे खेलते हैं, तो हमने उस गेम को कंप्यूटर सिटी के साथ कनेक्ट करते हुए ऑब्स्टैकल नेविगेशन ये गेम बनाया है। तो इसमें हम लोग बच्चों को ये 2 पेयर्स में गेम होता है। तो वन स्टूडेंट इज ब्लाइंड फोल्डेड, तो वो ब्लाइंड फोल्ड होता है, और जो उसका पेयर जो पार्टनर होता है वो उसको नेविगेट करता है। क्लासरूम में हम ऑब्स्टैकल्स को बिछा देते हैं और उनको एक जगह से दूसरे पॉइंट को पहुंचना होता है। और इसमें जो सामने वाला स्टूडेंट है जो इंस्ट्रक्शन दे रहा है, उसको मिनिमम वर्ड्स में उसको बोलना होता है। जैसे कोडिंग में हमारे स्टेप्स होते हैं एल्गोरिदम में, उसको राइट जाना है, लेफ्ट जाना है, 2 स्टेप्स आगे जाना है। तो इससे जो एल्गोरिदमिक और स्टेप बाय स्टेप एग्जीक्यूशन ऑफ प्रोग्राम है, तो ये बच्चों के अंदर बिल्ड होता है। उन्हें एल्गोरिदम कैसे लिखा जाता है, तो ये भी वहाँ पे उनका क्लियर होता है। तो इस गेम के थ्रू हम वो करते हैं। नेक्स्ट इज डेली रूट मैपिंग। तो बच्चे जब घर से स्कूल जाते हैं या फिर हमारे सेंटर से घर पे जाते हैं, तो उनका एक स्पेसिफिकली रूट होता है। तो वो रूट को हम इस मॉड्यूल के साथ रिप्रेजेंट करते हैं। तो हमने इस तरीके के कार्डबोर्ड्स के ऊपर पेस्ट किए हैं। तो इस तरीके से ब्लॉक्स हमने प्रिंट किए हैं। तो ये ब्लॉक्स के ऊपर ये चीजें लिखे कि जैसे सुबह अगर वो घर से निकले तो फर्स्ट स्टेप उनका क्या होगा। तो इस तरीके से वो यहाँ पे रख के सीक्वेंस के साथ उसको रखते हैं, लाइक स्टेप बाय स्टेप इसको वो रिप्रेजेंट करते हैं। तो इससे उनका जो सीक्वेंसिंग होता है, प्रोग्रामिंग में जो कंसेप्ट होता है सीक्वेंसिंग, वो हम इसके साथ उनका क्लियर करते हैं। नेक्स्ट इज कंडीशनल मूवमेंट्स गेम। इफ एल्स का जो होता है, प्रोग्रामिंग में इफ एल्स होता है, अगर हम डायरेक्टली उनको इफ एल्स लूपिंग इसके ऊपर जाए, सो उनके लिए डिफिकल्ट हो जाता है। तो इसके लिए हमने एक गेम फाइंड आउट किया है। तो इसमें हम उनको शॉप्स वगैरह फ्रूट्स देते हैं, ग्रुप करते हैं उनके, और उनको कंडीशनल्स देते हैं, आपको ये खरीदना है या फिर वो खरीदना है। तो इस तरीके से हम ये करते हैं। एंड लूपिंग थ्रू एक्टिविटीज, जो कंटिन्यूस एक्टिविटीज होती है, तो उसके साथ हम ये करते हैं। डिबग द डांस। तो एक स्टेप सबको फॉलो करना होता है, कोई एक बच्चा बीच में कोई अलग स्टेप करता है, तो जो फाइंडिंग एंड एरर्स होता है प्रोग्रामिंग में, तो वो इस गेम से हम बच्चों को सिखाते हैं, डिबग एंड डांस। नेक्स्ट मैम। यस, सो दीज आर सम चैलेंजेस। तो ये चैलेंजेस हमने फेस के, इसी के वजह से ये मॉड्यूल का नीड आया। तो चैलेंजेस आर दिस एंड वेरिएशंस हम इसके ऊपर मतलब बहुत सारे कर सकते हैं। मैम नेक्स्ट। सो दीज आर इम्पैक्ट 3 मिनट, ठीक है। ओके, सो दीज आर द इम्पैक्ट्स। आप देख सकते हैं जो हमारा हमारा जो एक्टिविटी, हमारे सेंटर में जो स्टूडेंट्स आते हैं, तो हम उनका बेसलाइन एंड इम्पैक्ट असेसमेंट करते हैं। तो बेसलाइन के थ्रू हमने देखा कि 85% जो स्टूडेंट्स हैं हमारे, कि उनका जो प्रॉब्लम सॉल्विंग स्किल है वो बढ़ गया है इस गेम्स के थ्रू, इस मॉड्यूल के थ्रू। नेक्स्ट इज 70% स्टूडेंट्स जो है वो लॉजिकल स्ट्रक्चरिंग को अच्छे तरीके से बता सकते हैं। मतलब जो कंसेप्ट इस गेम के थ्रू उनके क्लियर होते हैं, उससे उनको जो भी कोडिंग के कंसेप्ट है, स्टेटमेंट्स है, लूप्स है, वो उनको समझ में आता है। और जो हमारे स्टूडेंट्स 8 स्टूडेंट्स है, तो हमारे स्टेजेस है, तो जो भी हमारा एक ग्रुप है, तो इसी कोड विदाउट कंप्यूटर के जो हम आगे लेके जाते हैं, एक्सटेंशन करते हैं, तो वो code.org में हमारे 8 स्टूडेंट्स ने उसका डेमोन्स्ट्रेशन किया था। यस नेक्स्ट। तो ये स्टोरीज ऑफ क्लासरूम है, तो ये हमारा सेंटर है। इसमें आप देख सकते हैं कि हमारे जो स्टूडेंट्स हैं यहाँ पे सीक्वेंसिंग का प्रोग्राम कर रहे हैं। तो कॉग्निजेंट एक कंपनी है, वहाँ पे एक वॉलंटियर एंगेजमेंट का प्रोग्राम था, तब हमारे सेंटर के स्टूडेंट्स को वहाँ पे चांस मिला था। तो आदेश ने उसको लीड किया था वो प्रोग्राम को। तो बच्चों को जब हम बोलते हैं कि कोड विदाउट कंप्यूटर, मतलब उनके दिमाग के अंदर यही कंसेप्ट होता है कि अगर हमें कोडिंग करनी है तो हमें कंप्यूटर की ज़रूरत है, लेकिन विदाउट कोडिंग भी, कंप्यूटर भी हम कोडिंग कर सकते हैं, उसके कंसेप्ट सीख सकते हैं। तो ये हमारा एक सक्सेस स्टोरी है। यस नेक्स्ट मैम। सो दीज आर कंक्लूजन्स जो हमारा एब्स्ट्रैक्ट का है कि विदाउट कोडिंग भी हम लोग बिगिनर्स के साथ कोड विदाउट कंप्यूटर ये मॉड्यूल के साथ कोडिंग स्टार्ट कर सकते हैं। और ये जो एक्टिविटी है इसमें हैंड्स ऑन लर्निंग है, प्रॉब्लम सॉल्विंग है, क्रिटिकल थिंकिंग है, जो हमारे स्टूडेंट्स को एंगेज रखता है क्लास में, और उनको उनका कॉन्फिडेंस फील करता है कि वो भी प्रोग्रामिंग कर सकते हैं। नेक्स्ट। सो दीज आर सम रेफरेंसेस। मैम नेक्स्ट। हाँ, तो यहाँ पे हमारा सेंटर जो है उसमें जो भी एक्टिविटीज होती है, तो जैसे यहाँ पे उन्होंने ब्लॉक बेस्ड कोडिंग जैसे करते हैं, तो उसके ब्लॉक्स यहाँ पे है। तो ये प्रोग्राम रन करने के बाद क्या, यस, क्या आउटपुट होता है उसका। तो ये ऐसे किट्स हम यूज करते हैं कोडिंग के लिए, और इसके बाद वो जो हमारा code.org ऑनलाइन प्लेटफॉर्म है उसके ऊपर उसका कोडिंग करते हैं। मैम नेक्स्ट। थैंक यू। अगर कोई सवाल है किसी का। Yes.
We don't have a second. Okay. Let it. Yeah. If it-
डिबगिंग का जो होता है, फॉर एग्जांपल अभी बच्चों का एक डेली रूटीन होता है, वो सुबह उठते हैं, तो वो जो स्टेटमेंट्स है वो एक हम उनको चीट्स देते हैं, उसके ऊपर वो लिखते हैं, और वो सीक्वेंस हम अलग तरीके से लगाते हैं। फॉर एग्जांपल अभी सुबह उठना ही हमारा फर्स्ट, विच वन, ओके ओके, ये, हाँ, पीछे, यस, एक्टिविटी इम्प्लीमेंटेशन, हाँ, दिस वन। हाँ, यस, डिबगिंग द डांस, जैसे मैंने बोला कि हम एक लिरिक्स के ऊपर बच्चे को डांस करने को बोलते हैं, तो सब लोग वो लिरिक्स के साथ मैच करते हैं, लेकिन हम एक स्टूडेंट को बोलते हैं कि उसको अपोजिट डांस करना है, तो सब लोग उसको ऑब्जर्व करते हैं। तो जो प्रोग्रामिंग्स में एरर आते हैं, तो वो उसको फिर उसको वो बताते हैं कि क्या सीक्वेंस करना है। तो लाइक दिस हम वो एक्टिविटी करते हैं, और ऐसे बहुत सारे एक्टिविटीज है डिबगिंग के लिए जो हम उनके साथ लेते हैं, और वो डांस करते हैं तो एंजॉय भी करते हैं, ग्रुप एक्टिविटी होती है, सबका एंगेजमेंट भी होता है, एरर के साथ उसको कनेक्ट करते हैं। और बहुत सारे एरर्स हम भी करते हैं जो हमारा डेली रूटीन होता है उसमें, तो उसके बहुत सारे एग्जांपल्स हैं जिससे हम बच्चों को डिबगिंग उसको ठीक कैसे करना है, व्हाट इज डिफरेंस बिटवीन एरर एंड डिबगिंग, वो सिखा सकते हैं। थैंक यू।
Uh, huh? Yeah, yeah. If anyone could find the another mic somewhere on the desk, please let us know. It looks like it was there in the morning, but we are not able to figure out where the second mic is. So in case somebody is looking at it in their desk, please let us know. And the other hall is ready now. So Soham Bhattacharya, your team can move to that hall 106. Yeah. So thank you, Amrita and Pramodini, for that presentation. Now we will have Imraz Khan, Jay Thakkar, and Manish Jain from Center for Creative Learning, IIT Gandhinagar. Yeah. Okay, that's fine. Yeah. Imraz is here on behalf of all the three. Yeah. Yeah.
Do you mind if we are? Yeah, thank you so much. तो अपने पास ऑन कर ये हम दे दे खुद ही पास नहीं there's three तीन रो में चले जाएंगे हेलो गुड मॉर्निंग टू ऑल कॉन्फ्रेंस के थर्ड डे पे इतने ज्यादा लोग देखकर अच्छा लग रहा है वो भी सुबह सुबह आधे लोग तो प्रेजेंटर होंगे आई एम गोइंग टू स्पीक इन हिंदी बिकॉज ऑफ थ्री रीजन आपकी मन की बात वर्ड फ्रॉम हार्ट योर पेन आपकी पीड़ा और कर्सेस गालियां आपकी मदर टंग में ही निकलती हैं तो दैट्स वाई ज्यादातर प्रेजेंटेशन मेरा हिंदी इंग्लिश के मिक्स में होगा सो बेसिकली एक साल पहले साइंस सिटी अहमदाबाद ने हमें अप्रोच किया था एज ए लैब कि आप हमारे साथ एक प्रोजेक्ट करो हम आपको जगह दे देंगे आपको अपने टॉयज गेम्स और पजल जितना भी है उसको भर दो और जो भी लोग होंगे वो चीजें देखेंगे तो वो एक्सपीरियंस मैं आपके साथ करना चाहता हूँ शेयर और उसका डिजाइन प्रोसेस भी मैं आपको थोड़ा बताऊंगा तो ये गुजरात साइंस सिटी का मैप है बेसिकली हमको एक मिली थी लेन मिला था बेसिकली एक पाथ मिला था और एक क्लोज डोर मिला था डॉम जो होता है तो इसमें हमने पजल्स रखे थे ढेर सारे और इसमें टॉयज एंड एक्टिविटीज रखे थे तो अराउंड 150 प्लस चीजें थी टॉयज एक्टिविटी एंड पजल्स तो उससे पहले मैं अपने लैब के बारे में थोड़ा बताना चाहूंगा हमारी लैब बेस्ड ऑन बैंक्स ऑफ साबरमती तो यहाँ का ही हमारी लैब आपको दिखेगी अ, ये कुछ और चीजें हैं हमारे लैब से टॉयज 60 प्लस मेंबर्स इसमें थोड़े कम शायद से दिख रहे होंगे और ये चीजें हम करते रहते हैं हम पढ़ते हैं ढूंढते हैं पढ़ते हैं और चीजें बनाते रहते हैं और हमारा मेन एम है कि बच्चों की आंख की चमक वापस आए जो हमारे करिकुलम या बुक ने थोड़ी छीन ली थी तो 2017 को हमारा लैब हुआ था स्टार्ट 2018 के अराउंड हमने एक लार्ज स्केल पजल हमारे कंपाउंड में रखा था हमने सोचा था कि जो भी आईआईटी के प्रोफेसर्स होंगे या स्टूडेंट होंगे उसमें से कोई ना कोई तो सॉल्व कर ही देगा पर एक सिक्योरिटी गार्ड ने उसको सॉल्व किया था कोई प्रोफेसर वो सॉल्व नहीं कर पाया कोई स्टूडेंट सॉल्व नहीं कर पाया पर एक सिक्योरिटी गार्ड उसका मतलब ये है कि पजल्स जो होते हैं वो उसको समझने के लिए आपको नो बेसिकली कोई प्री रिक्विजिट नॉलेज पहले से नहीं चाहिए होता है एक नॉन टेक्निकल बंदा भी उसको सॉल्व कर सकता है प्रॉब्लम स्टेटमेंट सारे सिंपल होते हैं लेकिन जब आप उसको सॉल्व करने जाते हो तब थोड़ी सी कॉम्प्लेक्सिटी आती है तो ये सारे जो तीन चार चीजें फैक्टर्स होते हैं वो पजल को ज्यादा फैसिनेटिंग बनाते हैं अ, तो जब हमको पता चला था कि एक नॉन टेक्निकल बंदे ने वो सॉल्व किया है तो हाँ हमारा रिएक्शन ये था कि हम सबसे पहले वहां गए हमने वीडियो रिकॉर्ड किया कि हम प्रूफ के लिए कि अगर मैं किसी को बताऊंगा तो वो तो नहीं मानेगा और इसके पीछे हमने प्राइज भी रखा था कि जो सॉल्व कर देगा उसको 70 समोसा मिलेंगे एक साथ तो नहीं मिलेंगे वो एक करके देंगे ऑफ कोर्स पेट खराब हो जाएगा तो एक वीडियो हम करना चाहते हैं शेयर तो एज अ प्रूफ resume या यूट्यूब पे डायरेक्ट भी जा सकता हूँ मैं
but then we'll
You have okay.
switch over the.
I want to play the video. सिर्फ 5-10 सेकंड आप ऑन कर दो, तो ये वीडियो में आपको दिखेगा। तो बेसिकली 3 फैक्टर्स हमको समझ में आए कि पजल क्यों फैसिनेटिंग होती है। इसमें प्री रिक्विजिट आपको नहीं चाहिए होता है, आपको थियरम्स, प्रूफ्स, नॉलेज पहले से ये नहीं चाहिए होता है। दूसरा ये नॉन टेक्निकल और टेक्निकल दोनों को अपना केटर कर सकते हो। जरूरी नहीं कि प्रोफेसर स्टूडेंट ही ये सॉल्व करेंगे, कोई भी बंदा वो कर सकता है सॉल्व। तीसरा ये था कि मजेदार चीजें हैं। आई गेस मजेदार होना भी प्रीटी गुड रीजन है टू फॉलो समथिंग। बाकी चीज अगर दोनों नहीं होगा और आपको वो चीज में मजा भी आ रहा है तो काफी है वो चीज को फॉलो करना। नो वरीज मैम, नो वरीज, कोई नहीं। इट्स ओके, इट्स ओके, इट्स ओके। तो हमें जब हमने ये सारी चीजें पजल्स हमारा लार्ज स्केल बेसिकली सक्सेसफुल होने लगा, तो हम और वेरिएशंस हम ढूंढने लगे। तो साइंस सिटी में हमारी 3 पजल ज्यादा फेमस हुई थी। एक पजल मैं आपको साथ में शेयर कर जाता हूँ। ये जो नॉन टेक्निकल बंदे ने सॉल्व किया था वो था ये मेज पजल्स हैं। या यू कैन पास इट ऑन। एंड ये मेज पजल और एक नंबर पजल थी, और एक छोटा शतरंज करके पजल है। तो ये सारी बिग फ्लैग्स में हमने प्रिंट करवाई थी। जस्ट मूव फॉरवर्ड। और एक हुई कैसे डिजाइन, इट्स नॉट मूविंग, इट्स नॉट मूविंग फॉरवर्ड। तो इसका डिजाइन में थोड़ा मैं इस मैं थोड़ा डिजाइन प्रोसेस में करना चाहता हूँ। एक बार वो पीपीटी दोबारा चालू हो जाए मेरी। नॉट हैपनिंग। तो बेसिकली पजल डिजाइन करने में आपको 2 चीजें चाहिए होती हैं। या नहीं यूज तो जब भी आपको मान लेते ये पजल है हमारी, तो जब आप कोई भी डिसीजन पॉइंट पे, नोडल पॉइंट पे होते हो, तो वहां से आपका डिसीजन वो बनता है, ट्री बनता है। तो ये आपका नॉट पॉइंट है। इधर आप जाओगे लेफ्ट, या फिर आप इधर आप जाओगे राइट, और फिर इसके और बनेंगे। तो उसमें 2 तरह के डिसीजन ट्री होते हैं, एक होता है डेप्थ फर्स्ट, और एक होता है ब्रेथ फर्स्ट बेसिकली। तो पजल्स वगैरह सॉल्व करने के लिए हम ये वाला यूज करते हैं मेथड। क्योंकि अगर आपने अगर डेप्थ फर्स्ट किया और कोई इन्फिनिटी लूप में आप फंस गए, तो ये सॉल्व नहीं होगा फिर। इसके लिए इसको बनाने के लिए हम ब्रेथ फर्स्ट करते हैं, मतलब एक नॉट के आगे गए, फिर वापस आएंगे, फिर दूसरे नॉट पे जाएंगे, फिर हम देखेंगे कि पॉसिबल पास और कितने हैं। या यू कैन नेक्स्ट। इस सब की शुरुआत इस टाइप के पजल से हुई थी, 7 ब्रिजेस। और इससे सारा थ्री आई थिंक बेसिकली एक पजल थी कि 4 लैंड मासेस थे, 7 उसमें ब्रिजेस थे, और उसको कवर अप करना था एक ही पास से। I'll do the follow फटाफट। So ये गैलरी मूव फॉरवर्ड। These are the data and the photos. This is the data। ओवर 5 मंथ पीरियड में 96,000 लोग ने हमारे पजल्स देखी। उन्हें ज्यादा मजा आया, पर हमें कभी ना कभी तो प्रोजेक्ट को खत्म करना था। तो दिसंबर 2024 में ये प्रोजेक्ट फाइनली एंड हुआ, और हम अपना सारा सामान, बोरिया बिस्तर बांध के हमारे लैब में दोबारा चले गए। कैन यू मूव फॉरवर्ड। तो मुझे पजल्स गेम्स ज्यादा फैसिनेट करती हैं। हो सकता है, जरूरी नहीं कि ये सबको करेंगी, पर ये बेसिकली किसी कॉन्सेप्ट को, किसी चीज को आपकी क्लासरूम में लाने का एक बेसिकली एक अच्छा जरिया है, मेथड है। आप पूरा कॉन्सेप्ट उसको नहीं पढ़ा सकते हो, लेकिन उस कॉन्सेप्ट का इंट्रोडक्टरी पार्ट में पजल्स का यूज कर सकते हो आप। जैसे ये हमने बेसिकली ये हमने चीजें बनाई थी। एक लास्ट सेकंड में आपको बता देता हूँ, ये ऐप के जरिए भी हो सकता है। ये लिंक है, हाइपर लिंक है, ये कहीं और आपको ले जाएगा न्यू स्लाइड्स में। ये नहीं खुलेगा, एम्बेडेड कैसा, मतलब ये कहीं और ही जाएगा ना हाइपरलिंक। तो हमने बेसिकली ऐप और पास भी बनाए थे। ये आपको बेसिकली ये सारे पजल आप खुद भी डिजाइन कर सकते हो और खुद भी खेल भी सकते हो। तो ये सारी लिंक्स हैं, अगर कोई अगर आपको चाहिए तो ये मैं आपको दोबारा कर सकता हूँ शेयर। कोई भी कॉपीराइट नहीं है, जितना यूज कर सको करो। फ्लैक्स भी है हमारे पास, आपको फ्लैक्स भी लेना हो तो वो भी ले सकते हो। ढेर सारे पजल लाए हैं, आप खुले आम कॉपी कर सकते हो। हम कोई कॉपीराइट नहीं रखते हैं ये सारी चीजों का। हमने भी कहीं और से इसके लिए है मोटिवेशन। जैसे मार्टिन गार्डनर करके एक बंदा था, काफी जर्नलिस्ट, फेमस जर्नलिस्ट, सैम लॉयड करके एक बंदा था, तो उसकी किताबें पढ़ी हैं। या तो यू कैन जस्ट प्ले नाउ। यहाँ पर आप देख सकते हो कि सॉल्यूशन है, और आप खुद का जनरेट भी कर सकते हो। सो यू हैव टू पुट सम थिंग्स, कितना कितने रोज और कॉलम्स का आपको बनाना है, कितना मिनिमम मैक्सिमम पाथ लेंथ रहना है, उसका पॉसिबल सॉल्यूशन एक ही आपको होगा रखना। कई बार आप खुद से पजल बनाओगे तो दो पॉसिबल या दो से ज्यादा भी पॉसिबल पाथ हो सकते हैं, तो उसको हमको मिनिमाइज करना होता है ट्रायल एंड एरर से। ये सारा जावा स्क्रिप्ट से मदद से लिखा गया है, सारे इंटर्न्स ने लिखे हैं ये सारी चीजें। तो प्लीज कभी भी आपको मौका मिले तो हमारे लैब आए, देखें। कभी भी आप मेल करके या मुझे मैसेज करके पहुंच सकते हैं। एक लास्ट स्लाइड आप दिखा दो जिसमें हमारा लिंक वगैरह होगी। एक जस्ट लास्ट स्लाइड, आई एम गोइंग टू फिनिश इट ऑफ। और नीचे, और ये हम केजीबीवी के साथ भी करते हैं, कस्तूरबा गांधी बालिका विद्यालय, जो बेसिकली अंडर प्रिविलेज गर्ल्स के लिए बनाया गया है। लास्ट स्लाइड मैम, लास्ट स्लाइड इज जस्ट डेटा डंप। एक और लास्ट स्लाइड, और एक और इसके बाद भी होगा कि नहीं? नो वरीज, मैं आपको अपना नंबर दे दूंगा बाद में, अभी आपको जिसको चाहिए होगा। तो थैंक यू। कुछ क्वेश्चंस हो तो? आई थिंक कंटेंट बहुत ज्यादा था, टाइम थोड़ा कम था, या फिर मैं ढंग से मैनेज नहीं कर पाया। इट्स ओके।
Yeah, thank you. Questions for him?
पता ही अच्छा हुआ या बहुत ही बुरा हुआ है। सर इज आर मेंटर। सर विजिट भी क्या है, तो अगर कुछ भी प्रॉब्लम है तो मैं सर को अपना पकड़ सकते हो।
Alright. So, when did you record the um, when people were using these things in the Science City? Did you take any opportunity to see the kind of strategies that people were using?
या बेसिकली उसमें
exactly.
तीन चीजें मुझे लग रही थी, दो। एक था कोलेबरेटिव लर्निंग, मतलब अगर कोई एक सॉल्व कर रहा है तो बाकी के लोग उसको गाइड कर रहे थे। तो बेसिकली इट्स अ प्रोसेस ऑफ डिबगिंग। कम्युनिटी फील आपको दे रहा है ये चीज। दूसरा, आप क्वेश्चन हर एक नोट पे जाकर खुद से क्वेश्चन पूछ रहे हो कि मुझे आगे आप फॉरवर्ड जाना है या लेफ्ट जाना है। तो जो मेजेस थी वो आइदर नो लेफ्ट टर्न वाली मेजेस थी या नो राइट टर्न। तो इट एवरी नोट्स यू आस्क द क्वेश्चन टू योरसेल्फ। तो ये सारे हमने तो देखे। और कम्युनिटी फील थी, लोग आ रहे थे, जो लोग एक दूसरे को जानते नहीं थे फिर भी मदद कर रहे थे कि नहीं नहीं तू गलत लूप में चला गया है तो वापस आ। तो ये हमने देखा। और बच्चे अच्छे कॉग्निटिव स्किल रखते हैं और वो अच्छे से सॉल्व कर पा रहे थे एज कम्पेयर टू अडल्ट्स, क्योंकि उनमें प्रेजेंस स्किल होती है, प्रेजेंस स्किल, जो मतलब आपको आपके प्रॉब्लम के साथ वक्त थोड़ा बिताना होता है, जो स्किल सबसे ज्यादा इंपॉर्टेंट होती है। अगर आपको कोई टेक्निकल नॉलेज भी नहीं है लेकिन आपने कुछ अच्छा खासा वक्त उस प्रॉब्लम के साथ रखा है, बिताया है, तो आई दिस कभी ना कभी तो सॉल्व हो गई, और आपको वो सेंस ऑफ अचीवमेंट आपको देगा। आई थिंक वही ज्यादा आपके लिए होता है, मेन होता है, जरूरी होता है.
Yeah, thank you. Yeah,
Hello. So what you're doing is amazing. What I have is just a little request. As someone who has created that app, if I could request you to do that, if that app could be made accessible to students with visual impairment, something as little as being able to zoom the puzzles, so students who have low vision can actually zoom in on their computer screens or on their mobile phones to solve it. And for students who are totally blind, if something, just a turn left hai, so instead of being able to read turn left, if it gives an audio feedback that turn left, I think this would be something that we would also be able to incorporate in our classrooms. And it would, change the course of, I mean, it would also give a direction of what you are doing. So that would be a great help. Thank
A
you.
great suggestion. We'll try for sure. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Imraz, for that very enthusiastic presentation. The next one is Ankur Tripathi from Vidya Varadi Vidyalaya, Alaspura. Yeah. In design thinking, in computational thinking education.
हेलो गुड मॉर्निंग एवरीवन. सो मेरा नाम अंकुर है और मैं जो अभी प्रेजेंटेशन देने वाला हूँ वो डिज़ाइन थिंकिंग के ऊपर होगा. एंड आई थिंक यहाँ पे बहुत सारे लोगों को डिज़ाइन थिंकिंग ऑलरेडी पता होगा क्या होता है क्या नहीं होता है. एंड हमको कंप्यूटेशनल थिंकिंग भी पता होगा. सो ये जो मैं आपको प्रेजेंटेशन देने वाला हूँ, इट इज जस्ट एन आर्ट ऑफ हाउ डिजाइन थिंकिंग हैज एक्चुअली हेल्प्ड me in one of the classrooms, and not only in one of the classrooms, and basically facilitate students to find real problem challenges, and to kind of help them solve the problems basically. So yeah, you can start. So the first thing which is very very important is to understand what are the uh, challenges in computational thinking, when we look into design thinking perspective and everything. So again, there are four different steps for computational thinking, but what we think uh, is like there's something which is missing. And when I talk about if computational thinking has a if it could have an heart, then you can actually try to think कि हम लोगों के लाइफ में जा करके हम कुछ उनके उनके एक्चुअल इश्यूज को कैसे फिगर आउट करें, बेसिकली टू फाइंड आउट एम्पैथी आउट ऑफ ऑल ऑफ दोस थिंग्स. सो दैट्स द मिसिंग थिंग आई थिंक. एम्पैथी जो है ना वो मिस हो जाता है समवेयर और डाउन द लाइन. हम बहुत सारे प्रॉब्लम सॉल्विंग की बात करते हैं, वी टॉक अबाउट ऑल ऑफ थिंग these things, right? But that's one thing that where I think where I focus more on to look. And when I'm with the children, and also we what I think is कि हम डे टू डे लाइफ में हम जाते हैं, एंड उनके जो इश्यूज डे टू डे लाइफ में होता है उसके ऊपर ज्यादा फोकस करते हैं. This presentation is not going to be too big. I'll just try to wrap it as quick as I can. Okay. So now when we talk about this missing link, हम empathy को next. ठीक है. These are the steps, just for understanding that what are design thinking steps. So we have 5 steps, and इसमें जो empathize होता है ना, हम उसको हम जो critical thinking है उसके decomposition stage में inbuilt करते हैं. Let's when I go in the classroom and I talk with children, so how I try to inculcate all of these things is कि आप सुबह सो के उठते हो, right? And when you wake up, we have a lot of sensory organs in our body, and basically 5. So we use all of these sensory organs to understand what's happening around. So आपको आपके mom ने उठाया, and if you're not able to wake up, she'll again probably come back to you, and she'll again try to make you understand क्या उठना है, school जाना है, या whatever things it is. You go to washroom, and then you feel like कि your mom is making something, and with the help of the nose, you understand what she's making. Then when you eat, your expectations, it sometimes flatters, right? Namak nahi dala hai mummy ne. So all of these things, so we what they try to do is, they try to go in each of the things, right from their morning to evening, uh, whatever places they go, like school gaye, market gaye, all of these things, they try to see each and everything. And to do all of these things, again, a lot of educational gaps are also needed, right? So with the course of, STEM based learnings, like, simple machines kaise kaam karte hain, then, how, your uh, scratch based modules, your, basic programmings, we go with that. Then we go with next. Yeah. Then we go with, आपका 3D printing हो गया, ये सारी चीजों के बारे में उनको बताते हैं. And what we do is, now it's time that you have learned a lot of things. You start picking up all of these things which you have been doing till now, try to link it with each other, and then try to, solve small challenges which you're facing on daily life. Try to solve that using either one of the, things which you have learned in your classrooms. So that's how it goes. Ma'am, next. Again, next. Yeah. So that was around your STEM based lot of foundations, all of these courses, we try to inculcate all of them, and, try to help them, solve their problems. Next, ma'am. Yeah. So again, just for testimony, I'm just like highlighting one story. Like I've got a lot of many other things as well. But here there is this student, his name is Harshil, and so when we are having session, he was in grade 8, and what happened is, he had his uh, so he comes from uh, back socially backward, community, and yeah. So what happened is, there was some gas leakage issue in his house, and his mom had suffered through it. And when coming into the DT session, again, when we talk about empathy, right? So that's somewhere he started connecting a lot of things, and then he came up with a problem statement that, कि बहुत सारा gas leakage होता है, तो कुछ ना कुछ तो करना चाहिए. And there are a lot of solutions, online, कि हम क्या कर सकते हैं and all. But small steps, when it comes from a child, who's in grade 8, that is something which really helps, to uh, especially to us, that, that yeah, whatever we're trying to do, that's getting delivered, right? So that's his journey, like, how it goes. Okay. Again, whatever we do, again, it has to be measured, right? So that's a measurable thing which I will like to showcase. So when we, had baseline and endline, so the after post intervention, the students' engagement, in the classrooms, that rose from 45% to 74%. That is something, that shows that, children are getting in more, you know encouraged towards this sessions as well. And also, when we try to debug, computational thinking skills into these children, it went to uh, exceeding like 27%, overall. Okay, so that's how it is. Now, last. Yeah. So these are some, some statistics, we can go around. So uh, like I said, 75%, from 45% went to 74%, right? And again, your CT skills coming up, right? So yeah, that was it from my end. If you have any queries, shoot up.
Hello, it is interesting to know city in DT. How did you measure the improvement in the city skills?
So to measure, what we do is basically we have baseline things which, we do it before, having a session of DT. So these DT sessions are not only one sessions. It is divided into different, modules. Let's say, monthly ek session liya, and it depends on school as well, how children are also flexible enough. So we do it like, at least quarter mein 3 se 4 sessions we do. Uh, before we start, we definitely have this test, for the children. Let thoda psychometric hota hai, and then again
You
few,
have your
yes, yes.
grading.
So based on that, we measure those different parameters.
Oh.
So these parameters basically focus on
So
these.
you find city in every stage of DT,
Uh,
or
we
you
we
find
try to
only
link it. We don't find it.
okay
We try to link all those CT
because
stages
it
with
is
DT.
there. I
Yeah,
think
yeah.
so.
That's why. Yeah, 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 yeah,
Yeah. Thank you.
yeah. Yeah. Yes, yes, yes. Any other question? Thank you all.
Yeah. Thank you. Thank you for your presentation. The next one would be by Purvi Barai from Sri Parashuram Bhav College, Pune, on the topic Introducing Computational Thinking at Primary Level Schooling Through Patterns and Symmetry. Yeah.
Okay, so good morning, everyone. I'm Puruvi. I Before I start, I would beg your pardon. All the people present here have been teachers for a very long time. I'm just a beginner. I'm still in my final year MSc degree. This is an idea. So I'm in general very interested in math education. Let it be from the primary level to the post grad level. Like even when I'm studying new topics, I realize there are very new ways in which these topics could be taught in a way which creates interest. So the reason I am here and the reason in general I'm interested in math education is because I feel there's a very big gap in the math world and the real world. People see math as something that is very alien and you have to be a genius. Your hair should be running off like Albert Einstein, and then only you are eligible enough to do math, and otherwise, you cannot be good at math. So, I try to break down that myth by breaking down concepts in a way which is more approachable and understandable for people, which makes math palatable for people, and this is one such attempt. So I would like to get some feedback from you after the session as to what are the challenges which you think could be there in implementing this, or how you think it could be better implemented in the classrooms, because that is where your expertise comes in for my guidance. So with that, I would like to begin. Just an idea, there are some concepts. Why this project? There are some concepts in school level schooling. Basically, see, for the first time when you introduce students to the concept of variable, or you introduce them for the first time to the concept of, say, making an algebraic equation or assigning a equation or a certain rule to a certain process. So for them to understand where does this alphabet X comes in, and then there comes a time when they can only find alphabets then in their books, that bridge is never climbed for them properly. Even till ninth standard, I used to see in my own class there were people who were still confused as to what a variable means, even though that concept is it was introduced in class sixth. So I understood that abstract concepts like these need to be taught in a way which are palatable for the students, and this is something that we begin at the primary schooling. So a little bit about me: I'm a math student interested in math education. I'm pursuing my masters in math. I'm a devout, yeah. All right. So coming to the activity which I'm going to talk about today, if so, it's a activity done using plastic strings. It is particularly common, and I have seen this generation, girls and boys, where they take a set of plastic strings, tie it together, and then braid it in different patterns. So the hair that we braid is one such pattern, but they have many more advanced patterns for this. So I have seen my tuition students, whom I take, fourth standard students, doing this with 10 strings also. So they will take 10 strings of different colors and they will braid it one over the other in different patterns. And this is what made me realize that these students are already using CT in some manner here. They just have to be introduced to these strings in a mathematical way, and that is what we so how CT comes in play here. So we know these are the four important steps of CT. A major step of CT that is covered in this activity is the decomposition step and the pattern recognition step. Now, this activity can also be taken up at an advanced level to introduce abstraction and algorithmic thinking to students. But for me, I have only been able to test it with a group of five, my tuition class students, and they could decompose and understand the pattern well. So, let us understand how these two things come into play in this activity. The first one is decomposition. So, what is decomposition? You are breaking down a complex problem into a smaller problem. So, now what I want my students to do here is that I want them to understand that this particular knotting that you are doing, say, you know, this thing is repeating after 5 steps, or this color is repeating after 5 steps, then at the sixth step, which color do you think, which color string do you think you would be braiding? Or at the 11th step, which colored string do you think you would be braiding? So to understand that, they'll first have to go to the first block that they created and build it up from there, and that is when their brain starts breaking down the problem and the decomposition process comes into play. And once they identify the recursive steps that they are doing in order to braid it properly, that is when they can see the design way ahead of what they are braiding right now. And that is when the decomposition process is completed for them, once this understanding is built. Now you go to the next step, which is pattern recognition. So pattern recognition is, now you have understood that after a particular number of steps, this thing is going to repeat. Once this is completed, this is going to repeat. So I have two pictures here which I would like to show you, which would demonstrate it better. So say for example this, okay, now this is how you will tie 4 strings together, and then in step 1 you will braid it like this, then in step 2 you will braid it like this, step 3, and step 4 you'll finally get a square. Here you can see there are 2 red colored strings and 2 pink colored strings, right? So now when the students are able to break down this process, they realize in 4 steps I have reached here. So now if I ask them at what stage you would be at the 10th step, they have to come down to these 4 steps, go that okay, after for 10 4 steps are done, 4 more steps are done, and then 2 are remaining. That means I would be at the second step in this process. So that decomposes the problem for them. And now how they recognize the pattern, I have used a more complicated example for that. So say this is a 8 string pattern. This is how the braid looks from top, and this is how the braid looks from side. Okay, so now they realize that when we are braiding it like this particular white parallelogram is forming once like this and then like this, once like this and then like this. So now I ask them that once you have recognized this pattern, try to identify after how many steps will you get a white string, a white column again? Or after how many strings will you get a purple column again? Okay, so now the pattern is there in their mind. So for them, for class 4 to 5, this pattern recognition is what then they you can use in the form of, telling them about sequence of numbers, telling them about jumps in numbers, multiplication tables, and all these things. I have taught using Scooby strings, because if you take a 4 string pattern, you can illustrate the multiplication table of 4. If you take a 5 string pattern, similarly you have pattern till 20 strings if you look at Scooby books, French knotting books, and you can find these patterns there. Now some variations that could be done in this activity is that if teachers want to take it for standard 6 and higher, then you could model these as algebraic equations. So for example, you realize that every 10th step the white string is again coming on the top, say on the 8 string pattern that we saw. So we realize that at every 10th step this white string is again coming at this side. So how do you model that as an algebraic equation? So this introduces the concept of variable to them in a way that is palatable for them, and they can come up on the from on in the from on about the algebraic equations on their own, because they are already doing this and thinking about this at the back of their mind. You are just connecting that with maths, right? Another way could be for even higher classes, say 9, 10th, 11th, 12th, who are learning coding now. You could take them to abstraction and algorithmic thinking and ask them to take a particular pattern and come up with an algorithm wherein when they put in the number of steps, it tells them which string they would be on at that particular point of time. Okay, something like this. Two challenges that I expect would be faced in the classroom. One is that I have seen some kind of gender bias, that girls are more, inclined towards doing something like this. So to make boys interested is one challenge I feel. And the other is some people are more observational learners, some people are visual learners, some people are kinesthetic learners. So getting them all on the same board and giving them a visualization like this might be a challenge, is what I feel. But I'll take some feedback from you as well. With that, we are done. I'm open to questions now. Thank you.
It's on? Yeah, okay. Yeah. So since you kept talking about higher classes, I thought I would go on to even higher classes. I mean, especially because you're a mathematician. So do you see some braid groups here and combinatorics on braid groups? That
Yeah,
seems to be the
combinatorics
obvious.
for sure is here.
No. I don't. I mean, combinatorics on braid groups because these are braid groups.
Right, these are braid groups, so you
So
come across them in knotting theory. So it's like if you are working with a particular braid group, uh,
no, these are labeled ones because you've got multicolor, right? So have you seen?
so you
since-
work with them as a I'll actually have to work it out. So see if you're working with a 10 string pattern, but if you're using 5 strings, then even if it is a 10 string pattern and you have numbered the strings accordingly, you still are coming down to 5 colors in particular, right? So
Okay.
in that way, I feel if you are forming a braid group, then that needs to be a subgroup. Like that 10 string group needs to be a subgroup of the 5 string group, because ultimately you're coming down to that. So we'll have to work something. Actually, initially I
Yeah,
was
it's a good
trying
thing to work it out at least. Yeah.
yeah, I'll think about it and I'll get back to you.
Okay, let's thank the speaker again. Yeah. The next presentation will be by Anusha G from Quest Alliance on the topic CT for professional development of teachers.
Hi everyone, good morning. Myself Anusha from Quest Alliance, Bangalore, Karnataka. It gives me immense pleasure to be present before all of you and also to represent our organization. Can we move to next slide, ma'am? So today I'll be presenting a work that we do to enable educators to become our 21st century educators through a tool called Master Coach for Teachers. So before that, I quickly brief about the organization that I come from and what do we do. Quest Alliance is a non-profit organization. We work equipping young people by self-learning, enabling self-learning, and we enable educators to address critical gaps for quality education and skills training. So can we move to next slide, ma'am? Yeah. So as I told, I'm here to present about a tool called Master Coach for Teachers, which is designed for as a professional development tool for educators to enable them with 21st century skills, which we commonly called as computational thinking, critical thinking, communication, collaboration, and also to enable them to apply all these learning in their classrooms, and also to enable them to get connect with more educators like peer learning, and also we provide forums for them to get connect with more educators to get to know good practices that educators do in their schools, and also to enable their professional development. So I'll quickly walk you through the journey of educator journey through this tool. So first step is onboarding educators to the tool. So first is nominating. We get nomination one to two educator from each school. It might be a self nomination or from a department. And then we orient. We have a physical orientation. We conduct a physical orientation for educators where we onboard and introduce our tool to educators, and then they get to know about the essence of the content, CT content, which is embedded in the tool, and what would be their role in this. And then we also focus on engaging, providing a continuous support for the educators to continue their journey through this tool. We have some touch points which keeps us to be connected with educators continuously, such as physical orientation, WhatsApp engagement, phone calls, webinars, which provide continuous support for educators to delve deep into the concept. And then once the educators start accessing the content, they also simultaneously try what they have learned through the tool in their classroom application. And also we have planned an activity where educators can explicitly apply their learnings, which is called ideathon and hackathon. So here throughout the journey, educators themselves experience how a problem solving can be done. So say for example, decomposing, as we all know, there are main four principles of a computational thinking: decomposition, pattern recognition, recognition, algorithm, and abstraction. So teacher themselves, like from identifying a small problem that they could solve, so they apply all these elements in their problem solving method. They experience the process how it can help them, and then they will also try this in the classroom sessions as well. So how CT module is helping educators to enable themselves as a 21st century educators, and also in turn build these skills among students, is breaking down the CT into simple relatable concepts. So concepts like decomposition, abstraction, pattern recognition, and algorithm thinking are explained using everyday examples, and also classroom context and classroom examples. So connect CT with classroom practices. Educators learn how CT can integrate to any subject by designing simple activities or problem solving tasks. So it also promotes problem solving skills, and also build confidence among the educators to bring in such concepts in the classrooms. So I would also like to make a note that we work with only government educators, that is secondary school educators who engage from class 8th to 10th. Yeah. So as I mentioned, we have also planned an activity where educators can explicitly apply their learning, and also nurture students to become a problem solvers and the creators. So this is one of the activity, ideathon and hackathon, which all of us know. It is a problem solving process where students undergo different steps in problem solving process. So here we dissect the process into two phases. One is ideathon and the other one is hackathon, where in ideathon phase, where students identify the problem which is bothering them. So from their community, from their neighborhood, or if it is personally bothering them, they identify those challenges and they brainstorm the solution to those challenges. And in the hackathon phase, they work in a groups by collaborating with each other, and also coming with different ideas, and also working on the prototypes, and they will build the working prototypes at the end of this process. So throughout this process, as teacher is already aware, completely aware of the process, and they themselves have gone through the process in depth. So teacher is a guide here. A teacher mentors students to come up with the solutions, entire process, to come up with a problem statement, and also to understand that problem statement, do a RCA, which is called root cause analysis, to find out the main cause where student has to solve the problem, and also to come up with a solution for that. So educator plays a main role in this process to mentor student and also guide throughout the process. So we do this activity, ideathon and hackathon, in three different levels. One is at school level, and other one is at district level, and other one is at state level and interstate level. So this is one of the testimonial from our recent interstate hackathon event. So this is from these students here. If you can see on the images from the Mysore, which is in Karnataka, one of the districts. So here again, a teacher had played a crucial role to guide students to identify solution which really identify the problem which really bothers them, and come up with a solution prototype. So if you can see, it seems a very simple problem, but students, as we are also talking, students feel that it is very challenging for them, and they also empathize with the problem that they have identified. It is very simple, where a monkey it is from the residential school, where monkey is a problem, like monkey cause problem in their school, and also in the hostel rooms. It disturbs the staff in the school, and also in the dining hall. So really wanted to solve this problem, and after going through the different levels of the process, like understanding deeply about the problem, and understanding the facts and the existing solution which is already out there, and also doing some research what could be done better, and also what could they can take it to the next level by adding to that. So students come up with a device where it uses where they have installed the camera and also a noise, so it gently alerts the monkey, and monkeys goes away from there. So this is the device where student came up with. And I also would like to mention that, so throughout the process, since educator was aware of the process completely and know the nuances of that, so that educator helped the students to come up with such an innovative solution. So these are the impacts that we see across from the student level and from the educator level as well. Can you move next one? So overall, from midline to the end line, we see 14.6% uptake among both educators and the students. So this is the outreach that we do in Karnataka. So we work with total 257 schools and 10,203 students engaged through this process, and 769 educators have been equipped with this CT skills. Yeah, this is just a reflection from a student. Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
Thank you, Anusha, for that presentation. Any questions?
Hello, ma'am, you have just defined the problem caused by the monkeys. So can you brief the how the solution have been taken for to make monkeys go away from the school?
Yeah. So you mean about the device, sir? Do you want me to give the demo about the device? So, hmm. I can. I think I can share you the detail about that as well. So we have a video also and solution. Definitely, sir. Sorry, sir. Yeah. So it's a residential school, as it is it will be turning 360 degrees, sir. And they have installed the camera. It will detect the monkeys, and then it will make a sound. Sorry. Yeah. So as it is an interior place, students have come up with this because it is very challenging for them to get rid of this solution. So they thought if we make a gentle noise without harming that, they have done research about that as well. So that it will, at least for that instance, it will get away from that place. Yeah.
Every day used to come and then they are breaking the pipeline.
Yeah.
Then students are they're struggling with the water.
Yeah. So definitely during the presentation as well, there has been some feedback for the students to rethink about that, and also they can make it to the next level as well. So there has been a feedback regarding it. Yeah, yeah, yeah. Yes, sir. Sir has one.
Hello.
Yes, sir.
Thank you so
Thank you for recognizing that, sir. Thank you, ma'am. Thank you, everyone.
Thank you again for the presentation, Anusha. And next one will be by Parinaz Irani from Pijam Foundation.
Hi, very good morning to all of you. I am Parinaz and this is Twinkle. Today we are presenting our idea on computational thinking in professional development. We work with PyJam Foundation, a nonprofit that focuses on problem solving in 21st century skills in students of government schools. The purpose of our paper arose from a very real need. Teachers often face challenging student behavior, but we often lack proper training or strategies to effectively handle such situations. And honestly, I don't think any amount of training will be able to cater to this because we don't know what the students can come up with. And they're very creative. We do want our students to be creative. So there's a dilemma.
Okay, so our paper is in two parts. What do we do in class and how to reflect post class about that challenging behavior faced from the students. So we considered two case studies here. One was during class, how we should respond instead of reacting at that moment. And I would like you to take a few minutes and think of a challenging question uh, a student ever asked you. And most of the time, these questions are not content based, but a personal question. Please take a second and think about it. You can share also. Anyone wants to share? Okay. So, for an example, teacher, आपकी शादी हुई है क्या? This was the question that I faced during our class. So, as young teachers, we often face this kind of questions, right? So, what do we do then? And how do we respond to that question? So, we need training or being skilled to tackle that situation, right? And instead of getting triggered, we need to think what make the student come up to that particular question. Let me share an event. I was teaching functions and student asked, "आपकी शादी हुई है क्या, teacher?" So this question might have come up because the child was thinking about the function at that time. Maybe he related that thing to marriage event, right? So this was the thing. I responded with a simple no, and then asked, "What functions do you think are required for a marriage?" Okay, and then even from there the conversation naturally moved towards the concept of functions. And in the next class also, while teaching condition, we also discussed about the conditions that a groom need to have to marry me or to get married to me, right?
The second paper focus, this was in classroom. So the second paper focuses on reflection after the classroom. So the process doesn't end there. For this, the best case study we could think of is ew. If you're a Punekar, you know this. Have you heard it? How many of you heard it? Ew. Yay, right. So it's a cheer which young boys and girls keep shouting about. And you might have often heard it screaming around. So we are going to solve the case of you. Yeah. So we used CT components to actually solve this. So first we kind of break down. Okay, we ask what are the exact words, or when is the child using those words, or what is the body language of these words, and with that we understand that you is just a cheer. It's like a hooray or a yay. Okay, it's not that bad. The next part comes is abstraction. We reflect on questions like what might have triggered this behavior in the child, and also how does it trigger me as a teacher. We need to focus on the intent, the emotion, and the triggers. After all, we do want our students to be happy and cheerful in our classes, right? That's the aim. So then we do a pattern recognition in the third step. And then how often does the child do this cheer? Or how is it part of their culture? I believe that instead of trying to build a culture of robotic students, we should embrace the culture of the new age learners. It is their culture, we should embrace it. And yeah, it's not that bad, it's just a little different. Lastly, algorithmic thinking. Now we plan how to integrate you in our classroom culture. So the next time we truly appreciate a response or want to celebrate, we all say you. From this case study, we concluded that we need to step back, reflect deeply, and reimagine discipline, not as a control, but as a connection. Thank you. As I remember that it was mentioned on the first day, computational thinking is not just for computers. I truly align with that thought, which is why I say computational thinking is a mindset. It's not a skill set.
So, coming to the impact of reflection in class gave teachers tools to pause, think, explore, and reframe the disruptions. It helped in transforming class energy into collaborative and connection with the students. Also, students felt seen and teachers felt empowered. It enables proactive, empathetic, and structured classroom practices. And as we believe CT is not just a skill set, but a mindset, it goes in a loop like manage, reflect, redesign, and then repeat.
This with this we come to end of our presentation, and if you really liked it, let's give it an EU. Come on, 1, 2, 3. Thank you. Any questions?
It's not exactly some very serious question. So, okay, how you link this the concept of marriage will function? Okay, one way is to do if you collect all say males here and there females, then of course it's not a function because everyone is not married. So, like, what curious replies you give to students? Like, okay, function.
So, I'm giving you answer in Hindi,
हाँ
if you don't mind.
हाँ
So, क्लासरूम में ऐसे सिचुएशंस आते हैं जब फंक्शन पढ़ाते हैं, एक कॉन्सेप्ट है, उसमें ना कोई चीज रिपीटेटिव होती है, देन दैट इज कॉल्ड फंक्शन. तो वो स्क्रैच का क्लास हो रहा था, फंक्शन में पढ़ा रही थी. सो एट दैट पॉइंट ऑफ टाइम बच्चे ने सडनली उठा और दीदी आप मैरिड हो. मैं आई वाज लाइक क्या पूछ रहा है अभी, बट लेट्स थिंक अबाउट इट कि क्यों पूछा वो. मैंने फंक्शन बोला. इन रियल हम लोग ऐसे अगर फंक्शन बोलते हैं तो हमको लगता है बर्थडे पार्टीज हो रही है या फिर मैरिज इवेंट हो रहा है या कुछ हो रहा है. सो शायद बच्चे ने उसके रिलेशन में पूछा होगा. देन आई रीडायरेक्टेड इट टू द फंक्शन कि आपके मैरिज पार्टी या कोई चीज पे कोई डेकोरेटिव चीजें होते हैं जो कि रिपीटेटिवली लगते हैं. कुछ बैनर हो गया या फिर गार्लैंड्स हो गए, तो उस चीज पे हम उसको कैसे कर सकते हैं उसके बारे में हमको सोचना है, ना कि हम उसी पॉइंट में उसको पनिश करें.
okay okay nice.
Any more questions? Thank you. Oh, there is a question.
Thank you very much. Thank you. Yeah. Yeah, if you have any more questions, please interact during the tea break. The next presentation will be by Ayushi Mishra and Mahima Ishakari from Muskan Dreams. Yeah.
Hello. Good morning, everyone. I am Ayushi Mishra and I am representing Muskan Dreams Creative Foundation. We are a new organization and like not a new organization, but we've been since for 3 to 4 years, and we work across 6 states in India. And right now I am stationed in Ujjain. And here I am presenting here, which is a case study. So Muskan Dreams also, as many of the organizations which came here and present before me, we work on developing the 21st century skills in students as the NEP, the National Education Policy, focuses on. And one of the key aspects over there is coding and artificial and thinking and computational thinkings and all. I believe these concepts have been present all year long in our education system. It's just that we are now giving them words, right? We are putting words in our mouth, or like bringing out policies and focusing on these words and collab and making it an umbrella term. So here I am about to begin my presentation. And as you can see, the title of this presentation is Teaching Computational Thinking and Evaluation of Digital Literacy of Mainstream and Special Need Children in Government Schools. So Muskan Dreams actually focuses on teaching coding and AI in government schools, and we focuses on grades of like middle school grades from 6 to 8. So as my case story develops, please move forward. Yeah. So the context and school information that we have here is we had taken 3 government schools in Ujjain, which are the names are given here: Mohan Nagar, Pawasa, and Kothi. So the total students that were studied there, here were 60. So including 5 students with special needs. Now, when this project started a year ago, and when I first went to a class and I saw that there was a special child who was actually sitting very he was very different. All right, he was not interacting with anybody. He was just silently sitting there and observing. All right, now the story is unfolding, right? I'm actually presenting my presentation of here in a form of a story. All right, and he was not interacting much. Now that was our first class, the orientation, where we had to interact with the children and we had to tell about the program and how it will unfold in the following weeks. Now as I was asking questions, what happened was the story flipped. The number of answers that I was getting was not from the regular students but from the special child who was sitting there, and he was able to tell about where he can see those AI examples in his household or his normal life. He had that idea of Siri or Google Assistant, and he was able to answer that. Now that where the idea stuck. I had in mind that how the project is going to unfold in the following days or months to come. So I had this mind ki yes, we can focus on this child and make sure ki the kind of effort that he's putting or the kind of knowledge he's bringing to that table, I am also able to support and add value to it, right? So here it goes. So what happens is, like, we have the educators or the mentors who visit the schools, and we have 2 CT sessions in a week. Yes, so CT instructions are 2 periods per week, which are taught by 2 trained CT teachers. Next. Now, what happens is that the process and intervention, there's a timeline for it. So week 1 and 2, we start with the baseline assessments. As already talked by a lot of organizations that came before me. Baseline assessments are, a set of questions. And particularly over here, there were 35 questions, which had basic maths questions, like what is a mouse, what is a keyboard. As we already know, like in government school, the computer education is either absent or it's very, it's have been shelved into a corner. Right now, our job as an organization comes here. We provide the digital infrastructure also. We set a IoT lab, like Innovators of Tomorrow lab. All right, in these middle schools. And with all the digital infrastructure that we provide in a school, we make sure that we take classes and also train them, hands-on training on these laptops and everything on the, on the laptops and TV that we give. Yeah. So that is what we started with, baseline assessment, telling about the hardware devices, the software devices, the input and the output and everything about computer. Now, as the weeks proceed, the classes were conducted with focus on multi-sensory CT activities. Now we introduce the block-based codings, that can catch the attention of these children, because these children are very, naughty. They don't want to, study with this regular curriculum. They want something which can catch their attention, actually make them focus, and, which is playful in a way. So that when happens, and that is what happens in week 3 and 8. Now week 9 comes, which is like the stage is set up for hackathon. All right. What happens with all the schools that we are teaching in a particular district? We give them, some problems. We share with them, ki, do you have any problems? Do you think that there can be a solution through the activities that you're doing, integrating computer into it? And that is when we make teams out of those schools and we bring to a common platform and we have that event, which is a hackathon, right? Now, this hackathon preparation, it actually is a peer collaboration drill. Next. I'll come back to this slide. I just want to introduce, the case study, the main character of that case study. Next, please. Yes. So this is what I was talking about. The case in focus is of Vikas. We'll introduce Vikas in the next slide. He's a 12-year-old with autism spectrum disorder. Now, this autism spectrum disorder is that when a particular person that we're talking, he's not able to, collaborate or interact with other students, and he has some sort of, social reciprocity is not there. So, just abiding by the time, please. Next slide. Yeah. So this is a case study, and we talk about the initial condition. So student Vikas, he's a class 6 student of school Pawasa, and he was diagnosed with ACD, that is autism spectrum disorder, as a development disability affecting communication and social interaction. Now, what happened was when he took the baseline assessment, his score was like out of 35 questions, he was only able to answer 20%. All right, though he had knowledge, but what happened is baseline assessment, we use a technology called clickers. All right, so there are certain questions that are coming on the TV or any of the board that we have, and you have like KBC, right? Kaun banega crorepati, you have those questions, the audience questions where we click. So every question you think the answer is, they click A, B, or C or D. They have 4 options. Now, Vikas was able to score only 20% of those. So, and initial challenges that he was facing, though he was able to answer in the class, he was not, he was very reluctant to take part in any of the, not able to touch the computer because there's a lot of light. So he was having problem focusing on that light and interacting or sitting with even the next, friend or something like that. Now, on the brighter side, he was there to learn and he was there to put the efforts for it. Next. So, teaching methods and CT activities we've already discussed. We were using Scratch and we were using tactile coding blocks to make sure that students were engaging in the classes. Next. Yeah. So that is when the day comes that hackathon. In hackathon, Vikas also participated. He was one of the teams, and he made a game. Basically a hackathon. He made a game on waste segregation using Scratch, and he secured a second place in that hackathon. So this is actually what happened. He secured a second place, and what happened was, next please. Yes. So this is Vikas. This is like they were the two members of his team, and this is him. He's securing the the prize for his second position in hackathon. And this hackathon was attended by 32 schools in Ujjain, and he secured second position in that. So this is a glimpse of him participating and winning. Next. So also, when hackathon was conducted after baseline at the end of our academic year, we also take in consideration of the endline assessment. Endline assessment, we saw that there was an improvement not in Vikas but in other regular students also. And this is the overall CT understanding. These were the results. So as you can see, there's an improvement, there's a gain in all of that. Next. Yes. So again, I put, Vikas, since he was very shy and he was not able to open up, he even spoke on the platform during hackathon. And this is him, sharing his story. These are the recommendations and all. So yeah, this is where I end my case story. So thank you, everyone. Any questions?
Yeah, actually, you can ask the questions during the break. We are running late a little bit. That is the last presentation of this morning session. So you can now, that is the certificates of the presenters in this session will be issued later on after the workshop. And right now you can go for the tea break. Yeah, thank you. He said after coming back. It's already 10:30 is supposed to be tea break. So that's 10:45. Around when we should come by.
First of all, I feel very glad to be a part of this session as a presenter of 7th Conference on Computational Thinking in Schools. Today, I am going to present on CT Unplugged Act. Good morning to everyone. My name is K. Baby Rani. I belong to Andhra Pradesh. I am working as a maths teacher at Dr. B.R. Ambedkar Gurukulam. Good morning to everyone. Good morning to everyone. My name is K. Baby Rani. I belong to Andhra Pradesh. I am working as a maths teacher at Dr. B.R. Ambedkar Gurukulam, Kakumano, Guntur district. First of all, I feel very glad to be a part of this session as a presenter of 7th Conference on Computational Thinking in Schools. Today, I am going to present on CT Unplugged activities and how these activities impact student learning. This project involved students' grades from 6th to 9th with 2 periods per week dedicated to CT activities. Let us see how it helped them. First, I would like to express about BBrush challenge. In the last academic year, on the part of CT, we attempt BBrush challenge, and I am very happy to sharing you. Out of 320 students, 302 students were participated in 2024 BBrush challenge. Our students are very excited to participate because It is engage the student with fun problem solving skill and logical method. After that, we implemented various unplugged activities to promote computational thinking, such as Sudoku, Biki's Outfit Challenge, Magical Triangles, Block Towers, ATM Pin Security Challenge, Parity Check. Also, we introduced some other games like Creative Elimination and Diagonal Move Math. These activities encourage students to generate new ideas, think beyond classroom content, and develop innovative solutions. We also find focused on improving curiosity, imagination, decision making, and collaborative peer group learning. By using the above CT activities, we improving our teaching learning process more effective. For example, by using magical triangles, we can improve the fundamental operations and also classification of triangles based on sides and angles. And same way, diagonal move math. First, we have to introduce the quadrilaterals, diagonals of the quadrilaterals, and properties of the quadrilaterals. We can introduce. And also, in 6th class maths textbook, there is one concept, how many numbers can you make? For that particular concept, we can use ATM pin security challenge. So that is very useful to teach that particular concept. So, that is by the given 4-digit numbers, we have to make as many as possible 4-digit numbers. So that is very useful to teach that. However, there were some challenges also we faced, like limited resources, unequal access for all students, time constraint due to syllabus and activity. And in my point of view, not only for the students, teachers also needed to improve their own critical thinking and problem solving skills. Despite these challenges, we adopted and continued. To make learning fun and effective, we introduced games and encouraged the healthy competition. For example, Global Innovation Project is a very innovative program, and this helped students actively participate and enjoy the learning process. It is identifying the successive models and real life problem solving methods in the community level. On that purpose, we all participated with an excellent project, that is Smart and Safety Agriculture, which was selected in 2025 Southern Science Fair at Pondicherry, and we got second place in AP Swari's Future on competition, and also it is selected for Global Innovation Marathon. And last but not least, we celebrated CT Fair in a very good manner on 28th February 2025. We involved all the school students and staff members to enjoy the city fair with a lot of creative games and enhance their knowledge. And we created 7 stalls, and all visited that stalls, and they are playing that games, and they enhance their knowledge, and they expressed their happiness. So city fair is creative, very positive atmosphere in our school. Finally, the skills improved. Now they became more curious and interactive. They learn to work in teams, and they make decisions collaboratively. In conclusion, in integrating CT-based unplugged activities in classroom, it improves students' engagement, critical thinking, and problem-solving abilities. This approach helps students go beyond traditional learning methods and prepare them for real-world challenges. Thank you so much for giving me this opportunity, and thank you for your attention. Thank you.
from Dr. B.R. Ambedkar Gurukulam, Kaugman. Today I will present a fun and educational project called Magic Image Trick. This project helps students learn binary numbers and logical thinking in a fun way. What is the project? The project uses a magic image guessing trick. I used 5 sheets with different pictures. Each picture represents a number. Students choose one picture secretly. I show them sheets one by one. If their image is in the sheet, they say yes. Then I add the first number from all the S sheets. The total number tells me the secret image. Purpose of the project. The purpose is to make students enjoy learning. They will learn binary numbers and improve their logical thinking. Materials required. I used 5 sheets with special symbols and images numbered from 1 to 31. These are the images present a list of numbers from 1 to 31. The number 1 is associated with a sun. The number 2 is associated with an ice. 3 traffic light, 4 chair, 5 hand, 6 hexagon, 7 rainbow, 8 spider, 9 planet, 10 toes, 11 football, 12 calendar, 13 coats, 14 Valentine's Day, 15 clock, 16 4x4 grid, 17 smiling, 18 car, 19 miles in long distance running, 20 baby teeth, 21 dice, 22 skull, 23 earth, 24 gold cup, 25 Christmas tree, 26 alphabets, 27 duck, 28 half moon, 29 leap year, 30 fitness, 31 New Year's Eve. Okay, let's start the game. We are doing a guessing game with images on different sheets. Suppose you selected any image secretly. I ask, is your image present in this sheet? If yes, I take the first number on that sheet and keep it in mind. If no, I don't take any number. I repeat this for 5 sheets. Finally, I combined these numbers to find out the secret image. Suppose you selected a smiley face. This is the first sheet. Is it in the first sheet? Yes, because smiley face is in the sheet. I take the first number from sheet 1. That is sun. 1 belongs to sun. Now this is the second sheet. Is your image present in the sheet? No, because smiley face is not there. I don't take any number from sheet 2. I removed sheet 2. Now this is the third sheet. Is your image present in the sheet 3? No, because smiley face is not there. I don't take any number from sheet 3. I removed this. Now this is the fourth sheet. Is your image present in the sheet? No, because smiley face is not there. I don't take any number from sheet 4. Now this is the last sheet. Is your image present in the sheet? Yes, because smiley face is there. I take the first number from sheet 5. Now I will combine the numbers I took. This number tells me your secret image. Add first and fifth sheet of the first number. 1 plus 16 equal to 17. Now 17 is associated with smiley face. Your secret image is smiley face. I use it in computational thinking. First one, data collection. I collected images and numbers. Pattern recognition. I saw the pattern follows binary numbers. abstraction. I focused only on the important steps like adding algorithm. I followed the same steps every time. Thank you for giving this opportunity.
Welcome back. The workshop by Raspberry Pi Foundation. It's going to be done by Mamta Manatkala. And she's a senior learning manager in the Raspberry Pi Foundation, where she is leading a development of inclusive computing curricula tailored to national priorities in India. And she has been instrumental in forging state-level partnerships in Odisha and Telangana, embedding computing education in government schools. Mamta has convened national dialogues, including expert consultations at IISc Bangalore to shape policy practice in the sector. With a background spanning formal and non-formal education, she excels at aligning pedagogy, policy, and partnerships. Her work is rooted in a strong belief that computing and AI can empower every learner regardless of their background. Welcome, Mamta. So, yeah.
Good morning, everyone. How are you all doing? Wonderful. Uh, Chitra ma'am has said a lot about me, which I only shared with her, right? Thank you so much for all these kind words. And I'm so glad to be here. Talking about what? I'm here to talk about. Is it something new? No. At least for past 2 days, you've been talking a lot about AI already. But my presentation says, the title says, using it effectively and ethically. The technology is here. AI tools are here. Why are we talking about using it in a certain way? When it is here, we should be using it. Just go for it. It's making our lives easier. Did we as teachers do something wrong to raise the kids or the students for many decades, past few decades, many decades, that they've landed us into this now? Who has created this? AI. हमारे students, right? हमने उनको पढ़ाया था बहुत सालों से. We started envisioning them as creators, innovators, future skill, right? And this pursuit has been there for many years, many decades, and this is the result. क्या हुआ अब? टेक्नोलॉजी में इतना आगे बढ़ गए कि हम टीचर्स शायद पीछे रह गए. क्या करना पड़ेगा? Yeah, so the technology is there, but we have to learn. So upskilling, keep upskilling ourselves. But there are ethics around it. So we're going to talk about all of this in this 90 minutes. 90 minutes दे दिए एक टीचर को टीचर्स के साथ में. We're going to have great time together, है ना? It's going to be mutual learning. I am not here to teach you anything. I've been a teacher. I am a teacher, but not teaching you anything. Mutual learning. It's going to be interactive. Challenge each other's knowledge. I will not have all the answers. Let's find answers together. Okay? So I will try not to bore you. You've been patient enough for all 3 days. This is the last session, but I still see a lot of energy here in this room and people online as well. So together we'll see that it's energetic session, it's interactive, it's a lot of learning and positive, right? Next. Chitra ma'am said a lot about me, but this is my designation at Raspberry Pi Foundation, Senior Learning Manager. I don't know what you understand by this designation, but let me tell you, this is a huge responsibility given to me by Raspberry Pi Foundation India to, to ensure whatever goes out to the students and the teachers in the government schools of India is valuable, is authentic, is to the is ensuring the requirements, the needs, the I would say that it is relevant to today in the field of computing education. So Raspberry Pi Foundation works in the field of computing education. We have our curriculum inspired by the research happening in Cambridge University. But yeah, I've been given, under this title, I've been given a huge responsibility. But what am I actually? Why you should be listening to me? What makes me eligible and authorized to stand here today in front of all the great teachers? I know I'm only facilitating, I'm only initiating this talk. We're all going to contribute to this. But still, why am I here? Why me? Am I someone from your community? Yes, I am. Yes, I am. I started teaching way back in 2004. And as a computer science teacher, so technology was with me all the time. Like, yeah, so there were teachers who were all experts in other subjects, science, maths, social science, English, very, very hesitant to touch the computer. That was the time when I started teaching. And what makes me stand here is because I have witnessed all that journey. I've seen teachers coming out of their shells, breaking all those barriers, slowly, slowly, slowly. खत्म ही नहीं हो रहा ना क्योंकि हम बच्चे ऐसे बना रहे हैं, नेक्स्ट जनरेशन ऐसा बन रहा है, तो क्या करें? Right? So they're challenging our expertise now. There used to be a time when the teacher in the classroom was the smartest person, most intelligent. I am standing, I'm talking about that time. I'm standing as a teacher. I'm an expert in my subject. At least I know for grade 6 science, this topic, this is what to be given to the student. This is how they'll prepare for the exam. This is how they'll score well. And the students are expected to just follow me. Right? बहुत सारे teachers उसी age से हैं अभी. There are some youngsters, but they'll all be able to relate. I, as a teacher, I'm the smartest in the room. Slowly, 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 things started changing because we were raising kids like that. We are responsible. Take that responsibility, take that ownership. So what happened? We had to upskill ourselves. We started changing. We also started evolving in our methods to teach. Flipped learning, blended learning, project-based learning, all of those became the talk of the town. We said, okay, let's do that. Because our students are smarter than us. Slowly, they're smarter than us. We started accepting it. Thoda hesitant to the, but still, somewhere, we started accepting. Assessments we change hone lage. Boards also started recognizing key assessments. There's a time to change the assessment pattern now. So, change hota chala gaya, but abhi hota chala jayega again. That's why this is important to talk about that. Now, talking about, I'm sorry, I'm spending more time on this slide because I have to tell you that why these 90 minutes with me, right? So, what other things I witnessed? Teachers were hesitant. Those who were not computer science teachers, hesitant to type the marks also, type marks, enter marks, type question papers. So I've seen them, right? I am the computer teacher, which means I know typing. I'm an expert in typing, which means if the question paper has to be typed, it's the responsibility of the computer science teacher, right? जब तक उनको Facebook नहीं मिला, then came an era, Facebook में सबको पोस्ट डालना आता है. और computer teachers now are thinking, ये कैसे सीखा इन्होंने? Abhi they're coming to us, report card generation, marks entry, paper typing, sending emails, sending messages. But Facebook पे post डालना तो आता है. Which means the interest and the motivation. And when you see a value, this I need to learn. I'll be able to do. ठीक है? उसके बाद तो हम रुके ही नहीं. उसके बाद तो चलता ही चला गया टेक्नोलॉजी का इंटीग्रेशन इनटू माय लाइफ without even me acknowledging or without me giving the consent also. डोर खोलने की भी जरूरत नहीं है, अब ऑलरेडी अंदर है, राइट? सो धीरे 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 कोविड के एरा ने तो हमको पहले तो लाइक वी वर ऑल शेकन, वेयर डू इट गो, हाउ डू वी मैनेज, हाउ डू वी सेव आवर जॉब्स? not because not because we are not going to school, because we are not able to keep up to the pace of the technology growth. पर सबने सीखा. Slowly, by the time we were like getting the hang of that, थोड़ा संभले ही थे, AI आ गया. अब कोई भी डिवाइस ओपन करो, ऐसे लग रहा है somebody is watching us, it's become God. बट क्यों नहीं हमने उसको रेजिस्ट किया? एक तो हमारे पास ऑप्शन भी नहीं था. सेकेंडली, इट वाज हेल्पिंग अस. इट वाज मेकिंग आवर लाइव्स easier than easier. Like in 22, when my son sent me the link to OpenAI, ChatGPT, I thought, being the computer science teacher, I was aware of this was happening. Still, when I saw that, my God, I can write a poem just by giving commands. I have found an assistant, and there is no fear of maybe plagiarizing and also copyright issue, because it's nowhere there on the websites, on the internet. I felt empowered. किसी ने सोचा नहीं कि इसके साथ ethical concerns क्या होंगे, करना है नहीं करना है, क्योंकि हम बहुत ज्यादा search engines पे already dependent हो चुके थे, है ना? Search engines पे we knew that how give the keywords and we can get information. Now give the keywords, or give a command in my language and get a poem, get a creative writing or anything, any essay or any email or any piece of text. उस time पे text start हुआ था. So okay, it's there now. How do you feel today with the AI around you? What's the emotion? Do you feel empowered? Do you feel confused, puzzled, scared, not giving you ideas? What's your feeling? Maybe I can, yeah, some words. Yeah. Somebody can pass on the mic. You can speak louder. Are you going to answer? Yeah, please. Yeah.
Also responsible to teach English.
Mhm.
So as a computer teacher, I myself, when I try to use AI for my own work to save time, I felt like if I'm teaching my student the computer, so is he or is she going to get job in
Okay.
future?
Um,
Why? Because if I am as a teacher, if I am making use of AI to make an Excel sheet within some 5 to 10 seconds, even I'm telling it more, so even less than that, it is creating an Excel sheet on my command with all the data and everything. Then I thought at that time that why are we teaching computer and all these things to our students who will give them job? Because the people will be using in companies and everywhere. So that's what my whole concern about now also, that what would be our the future of the teacher. In fact, in uh, the school, in the ninth standard of Marathi medium English textbook, there is a lesson called The Fun They Had. And in this lesson, they showed uh, 2157. The year will be, and at that time there will be robotic teachers, AI teachers, and there won't be any concept of school. The schools will be in the personal rooms of the kids, and they will go and switch on the, even they no need to switch on the AI. At 11 o'clock sharp, the robots will switch on and it will ask for the homework and all. So after that I started thinking that what would be the future of the whole education system. That's what I thought.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Though it doesn't actually answer my question, but anyhow, this is a question. And so we will be covering bit of that during these 90 minutes. And some of it already got covered when Jane White delivered the keynote. It's us humans only who's creating all of that, right? So at this point, at least, we can say there's no fear of losing jobs. Of course, jobs, roles, jobs, shapes will change. And that's always been there. That's always been there, right? पहले वाली जॉब्स अभी नहीं है, अभी बहुत चेंज हो रहा है, टीचर का रोल ही चेंज हो रहा है. So education system change हो रहा है, students का demands change हो रहा है, assessment role change होगा, because we are again preparing the students for the future. It's again future skills. So we don't have to, it's just that we have to be open minded to adapt. There will be changes, there will be, but at this point, I don't think we should be fearing of job loss and all. I'm making a big statement. But at Raspberry Pi Foundation, this is the research that's happening. Now a lot of research is still underway. But at this point, what we say is, let's not be scared of the technology. Let's embrace it, but embrace it with full knowledge. Right? So yeah, so before this session, when I was asked to deliver this workshop, I did a sense check by running a survey for the teachers. If we can show the, 163 teachers from our network attempted the survey where I wanted to know how many of them are using AI in their daily work. And then maybe we can just scroll up. So yeah, so they're like, all of them are using. There were 155 responses. Scroll up. Then up, go down. Yeah. Go down. So we say that 75% teachers say that they're using AI. 25% say they don't use. So that's, I just wanted to do a sense check whether is this still the right topic to pick up. Yeah, go up. And which of the tools they're using? AI teaching, basically go to ChatGPT and ask for something, or any LLM, right? So that's scoring the maximum. And then maybe we can just see the Gitanjali, no, down. Yes, and down. How many hours per week? 1 to 3 on an average hours they're using. Then go. Basically, benefits क्या दिख रहे हैं? Effective learning, can collect good information. Some have given some vague answers, also no knowledge about AI, but they still see the benefits. Relate questions for poets, any topic information search. So these are all like government school teachers in Telangana who fill this. Then this is saves time, gives personalized help, makes learning more fun, right? And what are the challenges that they see? If we just have a glimpse of that, the challenges. Yeah. Technical support, ethical and professional concern, not able to use a premium version in education, maintaining educational quality, fairness and integrity, data privacy and all that. So yeah, so just to give you a glimpse of this survey that I conducted with the teachers to know what are the challenges. They see a value, they see a benefit, but what are the challenges? So which means we need to talk about it, right? So what will you get from this session? Reflect on how a prompt, we've been talking about prompt. Give prompt. Where did we learn this? When did we learn this? Right? It becomes part of us because it's helping us. We don't even keep a check. So, but yeah, how a prompt is different from an instruction, which we were giving earlier. Then we'll also know ocean process. I'll be talking about that. Then put ocean into practice to improve LLM output quality. We'll be doing some hands dirty when we learn about ocean. Then appreciate that human oversight is vital to ethical LLM use. I think this will have some answer to what Sir pointed out. Human oversight is not going anywhere. Whatever machines can create, we will have to still keep a check. Then we will also know and uphold ethical AI principles in terms of fairness, accountability, transparency, privacy, and safety, which Jane also talked about briefly in her keynote. So I'll be bridging that also from there. What is not included in this session? See, there's a lot we can talk about AI. But what I'm not going to cover is how are we creating models, how are we training, what types of artificial intelligence are there, machine learning model kya hai, technical details about LLMs and all are outside the scope of this session. We can have maybe later on talk about that. Yeah. All good here? Till here? Yep. Large language model I'll be talking about. LLM is large language model on which this generative AI is built, right? Yeah. Yeah. So let's do a little quiz. We've been saying AI, AI, AI. Let's see what is AI and what is not. Yeah. So 3 scenarios. The first one I'll read. Just raise your hand and then we can maybe reach out to you to know. Does an e-commerce platform use AI to analyze customer behavior and preferences, providing personalized product recommendations based on their browsing and purchase history? AI, not AI, maybe. AI, unanimous. AI. See, AI is everywhere. It's sprinkled over all the tools. अब नहीं भी है तो भी हम उसको AI बोल रहे हैं. थोड़ा सा भी smart हुआ हम बोलते हैं AI है. But yeah, this is AI. Next one is a weather prediction system that utilizes machine learning algorithms to analyze various meteorological data and forecast future weather conditions. An example of AI technological integration. AI works on data. Do we know that? We say that this is AI. I might not be correct, right? I might not have the correct answer, but I'm just seeing कितने वोट कहाँ जा रहे हैं. सब AI? कोई है नहीं वाले? What do you say, sir? You're saying something? Yeah. Yeah. Data and machine learning algorithm. It says AI, right?
I don't think so.
Yeah. The next one. Is it true that a smart attendance system using a fingerprint sensor to record attendance and providing up-to-date records to parents, teachers, and school authorities is an example of AI technological integration? What is it? Sensors. Maybe, maybe. अगर हमने उसमें और features डाल दिए तो maybe. Yeah. 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 हम पहले ऐसी ही बात करते थे कंप्यूटर के लिए. ये वॉशिंग मशीन में कंप्यूटर है या नहीं है? मिक्सर में कंप्यूटर आ गया, डोर में कंप्यूटर आ गया. नाउ द सेम थिंग. AI है कि नहीं है? AI है. ऑटोमेशन को भी हम AI बोल रहे हैं. If there is a sensor installed there, we say AI होगा. स्मार्ट बिहेव कर रहा है ना, इसलिए AI है. So maybe भी हो सकता है. Yeah, we don't know how many features are there, but अभी इससे लग रहा है कि may not be, right? Okay. Does a smart recommendation system analyzing user data to provide purchase recommendations based on customers' past purchases constitute AI technology integration? Yeah. No? No? Yes. Yeah. So that analysis is based on certain algorithm. And if it's machine learning algorithm, data driven, this can still be AI. And that's how it all started when we started getting the prompts कि ये कर लो, and we were scared. We were we? Or we were happy? थोड़े थोड़े scared तो हो रहे थे कि कौन हमें देख रहा है हर time, है ना? Okay. Is a smart online video storage system that automatically tags and categorize user videos based on standard parameters considered an example of AI technology integration? We want to believe that. है ना? Yeah. Now, does a smart security system capable of identifying authorized individuals based on their face, voice, behavior, etc.? ये simple recognition है. Recognition is based on that algorithm only, है ना? Yeah. Yeah, based on that. So we say that rule based, so which means may not be. Facial recognition is neural networks based. Yeah. Sir has a point. Neural networks means AI then. Yeah. So yeah, the thing is that we are so much into this that it's difficult to distinguish or differentiate what AI is and what is it is not. इतना part बन चुका है हमारा. Phone is just kept in front of us. We're not talking, we're not touching it, but it's listening to us. And it's making some interpretation and it's recommending. So yeah, we are there. What's the emotion now? Happy, empowered, scared? Mixed. Mixed. Yeah, great place to be in. What do we say? Right, but at least we are here, we're talking about it, which is a great thing. Just see, so actually we're going to focus on how to leverage this technology that we're already into to the best benefit of us, instead of just being wandering here and there and all that. So we'll be talking about that only. Yeah, thank you for participation in this small activity. I will be touching upon this slide, which Jane also shared. At Raspberry Pi Foundation, we are talking about 3 pancakes when we say AI in education. AI for teacher productivity, using AI to teach any subject, teaching about AI. So teaching about AI is our unit, Experience AI, which we've developed in collaboration with Google DeepMind. A lot of research went into that before we created 6 lessons, then we are adding more lessons to it. So that's teaching about AI. How do machines learn and all? And I think there was a debate about all of that also in past 2 days, whether we should be teaching and all. I'm not getting into that. I'll be mainly touching upon these 2 pancakes for teacher productivity and using AI to teach any subject. We have teachers from all subjects. We're not all computer science teachers. Do we have some computer science teachers here? Yeah, okay, right. Okay, I'm going to talk about these 2. Let's go. And this is one slide, again, Jane shared. Teachmate AI, Magic School. बहुत सारे platforms बन रहे हैं to support the teachers. What's behind them? The teacher may not need to learn. Right? इनके पीछे हो क्या रहा है? कुछ तो है, कुछ तो गॉड बैठे हैं जो हमारी हर बात का जवाब दे देते हैं, है ना? तो ये apps बन रहे magicschool.ai. We'll also be talking about different tools. In fact, we have prepared a cheat sheet also. We'll be giving some handouts also, if not for all, but Shweta, maybe later we'll give. But yeah, we've got some printouts also for you to help you with these tools and all. If you will not be able to get the printed copy, we can share the PDF also with all of you, right? During the lunchtime, we'll do that. Yeah, so this is like tools are there to help you write emails, lesson planners, assessments, quizzes, quiz generator, report cards, and then maybe if this is the marks, then report card comments kya jane hai, remarks kya jane hai bachcho ke, everything, all the tools are there. So organizations, companies, industries actually flooded with now. जैसे ही कुछ होता है ना, जैसे नीट बनता है तो क्या होता है, सॉल्यूशंस निकलने लग जाते हैं ना, वो हो रहा है. नीट तो है अब, तो markets are flourishing on this now. Yeah, but इसका सब मतलब what I wanted to say is कि इसके पीछे अभी research चल रहा है how to use that. So it's not still backed up with enough research. Okay, so now I talked about the survey that I conducted to sense check what should be given to the teachers. What is the purpose of this session? Whether we are in a position to talk about AI still, whether teachers know whether they're using it or not, which I got good response that yeah, 75% of they're using. So let's have this session and give them some knowledge or some insights on how best to use it, right? So that's why I planned for this session. But then I wanted to know what level the teachers are at this point, right? I cannot be giving you anything. If I know that, oh, you all are masters, then let me see. Then this could have been like, okay, let's learn together. But I just wanted to know what's the level so that the session could be as relevant for you. So we're already there as Raspberry Pi Foundation is running the curriculum in one of the degree colleges at Shamirpet, Hyderabad. And I requested one of my members who is heading the team there to conduct a survey, sit with some of the teachers and ask them to write prompts on any tool, large language model, any tool they could use. And then, yeah. So there were English teachers, accountancy, and other subject because that's a degree college. Degree college, so they are college level teachers, and they asked them to write prompts. So English teacher wrote the prompt. These are some of our findings, right? We took the screenshots of their prompts and we were sitting with them and we guided them. Now, what do you get? How because they write very simple sentences, right? So they wrote Shakespeare sonnet 30 line by line analysis was the first prompt. And this was the output, this flowing over to that column. And then the next prompt that they gave was in a simplified way. And then LLM is responding. Here is a simplified line by line analysis of this and the output. And we ran a couple of more, but this, yeah, let's see that. After that, the discussion happened. Go to the previous slide. After that, the discussion happened. Modification options kya tha uspe? In a simplified way. Feedback points kya tha? Pehle wala jo output aaya, that was satisfactory. Checkpoints are instructions step by step. Our learning objectives now clear, but I did not give any learning objectives. I just said Shakespeare by this. है ना? My prompt was not clear. The English language was B1, can modify to A2. So like these were the reflections. Similarly, if we can just run with the slides quickly, we did a couple more for computer science teachers. There were some goals and all. What are the findings from the server? Can we go to the last two slides? We did managerial economics, like a lot of others, multiple subjects. What are the findings? Survey outcome kya hai? Now, based on the prompts, कॉमन स्टार्टिंग पॉइंट टीचर्स का ये है कि बेसिक प्रॉम्प्ट लिख दो जिसमें हमने कुछ रेफरेंस मटेरियल नहीं दिया कोई बैकग्राउंड कॉन्टेक्स्ट नहीं है देयर इज नो एग्जांपल व्हिच मींस देयर इज अ lack of foundational understanding of the prompts, how the prompts work. Progressive improvement. As the survey progressed, teachers increasingly added examples. एक के बाद जब दूसरा बोला, they knew कि okay अब ये पहले वाले prompt में भी we could add examples, references and more detailed context. This demonstrates a growing awareness of how to refine prompts for a better AI output. Modifications needed identified, step-by-step clarity, simplified language for lower English proficiency level, addition of learning objectives and relevant examples, and subject specific enrichment, or we can also give some references and all. So these were the findings. Then the recommendation that came out from all that survey was that we need to have something around prompt literacy. I'm saying prompt, but I don't know what a prompt is. Anna, we'll come to that. Prompt literacy training, provide structured session to help teachers craft more effective prompts, starting from the importance of examples and context. Peer review circles, जो आपने बना लिया, जो output आया, can we do a peer review? Can we have circles? So encourage departments to collaboratively review and refine. Then prompt templates. Can we have a prompt template? Follow this structured method to write effective prompts. Create discipline-wise prompts, scaffolds to guide teachers. English है तो ऐसे बनाना चाहिए. Economics है तो ऐसे बनाना चाहिए. Maths है तो ऐसे बनाना चाहिए. Can we have some of those standard templates and all? So yeah. So this was again an exercise that I did with the help of my staff to prepare for the session. Right? Now, enough of talking from my side. Let me see. Okay, we'll come to this. Let me see. How do you write your prompts? How you write your prompts? You're all using AI? यहाँ पे 75-25 है या 100 है? 100% है? Raise your hands. Who is using AI? Intentionally, unintentionally, we are all using. उसके लिए हमें ना तो कोई बटन दबाना है ना कोई डोर खोलना है. We're all using. Intentionally, is it 100%? It is. Which means we know how to give prompt to LLM. LLM क्या है? जो हम GPT यूज कर रहे हैं या जेमिनाई यूज कर रहे हैं सब लार्ज लैंग्वेज मॉडल विच इज बिग डेटा जहां से वो डेटा हमको उठा के दे रहा है. ये पैरेट की भी बात करेंगे. पर आप लोग प्रॉम्प्ट लिखते हो? डू यू राइट? डू यू हैव स्मार्टफोन्स विद इंटरनेट? आई नो इंटरनेट थोड़ा हैसल है यहाँ पे. कैन यू जस्ट राइट अ सिंपल प्रॉम्प्ट दैट द वे यू राइट फॉर एनी टॉपिक एंड सी द आउटपुट. एक बार अपने सामने रखिएगा, देन विल बिल्ड ऑन दैट. सी इट्स अ वर्कशॉप, हैंड्स ऑन, कुछ करते हैं. बट आई अंडरस्टैंड इंटरनेट चैलेंज हो सकता है, बट स्टिल नहीं चल रहा है. साथ वाले सिस्टम पे पेयर या sharing the devices. Jio and BSNL, I hear they're working fine. Yeah, if you have that network, if you can do that. थोड़ा सा break from my voice and talk to LLM. 2-3 minutes. Please write a basic prompt or the prompt that you write, the way you write. एक लेसन प्लान बनाना है, क्विज बनाना है, कौन सी ग्रेड के लिए, कौन से सब्जेक्ट के लिए. If you're not able to write, can we have the sticky notes? Yeah. Can you write it on paper then, if internet is not helping? Or write it in your diaries if you have. $12:30. Sticky notes. Do you need sticky notes? We've got some for you. If you've got your diaries, you can write there. Do you have something to write on? Students, you can also try now. Aren't you using AI? Must be using for your homework. Are you? है ना? वही सबमिट कर देते हो या कुछ cognitive अपना load? Yeah, no, let it be there with them for now. Yeah. How many words in your prompt? Rough estimate. 5, 6, 10. Very lazy to write. 7. How many words in your prompt? जितना बताओगे उतना ही तो आउटपुट मिलेगा फिर. लिखो a lesson, give me a lesson plan on photosynthesis. हो गए कितने words? अब गॉड तो है, एआई गॉड तो है, फिर भी थोड़ा सा एफर्ट तो करना पड़ेगा. हाँ, ऑफ कोर्स वॉइस दे दो, प्रॉम्प्ट वॉइस प्रॉम्प्ट दे दो, if that's if your device is supporting that, but at least build on that. But अभी अभी आपका बेसिक प्रॉम्प्ट कितने वर्ड्स का हो रहा है? 6, 7, 30? Oh, good. 15? Okay. Okay. 12? Okay. And what's the feeling like? Have you given enough information for the output that you want? Wonderful. Yeah. So we've seen some prompts ना. अभी I showed you some prompts given by the teachers also. छोटे छोटे फिर मैं लगता oh I missed that. ये भी लिख देना था simplified way. Oh maybe I should have written US English नहीं लिखना. Maybe word count something. I'll keep adding, which means I see this is free of cost ना. I can command this tool 100 times. It's not costing me. जितना मुझे अभी दिख रहा है, मुझे मेरी जेब से पैसे जा ही नहीं रहे हैं. सो मैं उसको 10 बार 1000 बार कमांड दे सकती हूँ. आई कैन कीप रिफाइनिंग ऑन माय प्रॉम्प्ट्स. दैट्स फाइन. इसलिए what I do, I in the first attempt I do not make effort. I just write this simple basic prompt and then I see, oh I needed this, I needed that. Can I now ask refinements, right? What is LLM? जो आउटपुट मिल रहा है वो मिल कहाँ से रहा है, आ कहाँ से रहा है? There's this ये रास्पबेरी पाई फाउंडेशन में ही हमने इसको एनालॉजी दिया है. Stochastic parrot, and the parrot says Polly want a cracker, but the parrot is just mimicking. Parrot doesn't know cracker क्या है, parrot like Polly कौन है, want a cracker, doesn't know the meaning of any word. It's just mimicking, and that's what the LLM is doing. It's been fed with bulk data, huge data, जितना आप सोच भी नहीं सकते, vast amount of data, and it appears, the output that it gives, it appears to be correct all the time. It's been trained. There is no human element into that. It appears. Everything appears. And I think Jane also talked about anthropomorphization, hallucinations. So the output that we get appears to be correct. So we have we have just compared this stochastic parent that spits out responses based on patterns it's learned from loads of data, but with a bit of randomness thrown in. वो randomness में हम सोचते हैं कि शायद intelligent हो गया, smart हो गया, कुछ emotions आ गए हैं, because it's trained to reply in a certain way that it appears to be human. But LLM does not understand anything that is output. It does not understand what is true, what is false. It is simply supercharged autocomplete. इतना फास्ट चल रहा है, सेंटेंस आधा लिखा मैंने, बाकी सारा whatever is helping us, we will grab it. वही हम कर रहे हैं. And the way in the process, we are feeding more data. Okay. So things to remember, LLM output is random. It's not smart. It appears to be smart. Even if you give an LLM the same prompt, you won't get the same output twice. We've seen that. You use different tools to give the same prompt. The output is different. Even to the same tool, the output is different. By clearly defining your goals, laying out specific context, providing examples, and carefully reviewing the outputs, you're guiding the LLM to deliver exactly what you need from it. But there is all these instructions, which we'll be working on. Goals and context and examples and all that. This method isn't about getting it perfect on your first try. It's about refining your results over time. Okay. Now, this is super, super important. Why is you in bold? Because you are responsible for the use of any LLM output. Make sure you keep to the AI principles of fairness, accountability, transparency, and privacy, and safety. We'll talk about that also. but you are responsible. You cannot hold anybody else accountable. Generated by this, given to the student failing or passing in the exam, I am not responsible, I am not accountable, you can't be doing that. LLMs are not to be trusted. They understand nothing but always appear totally confident, They are programmed to be sycophantic and positive. These are things to remember. Is it coming as a shock? Sab pata hai. Good. So yeah, generative AI. What is generative AI? Gen AI. You know that? Do I have to go into that detail? No. Doesn't understand anything. It just predicts what sounds right. Fact checking nahi hota hai. There is no backend verifying sources or truth. Even if you ask, the sources can be fake. About 1 in 5 facts may be made up. It's worse than complex concepts. Confidence. It's showing confidence, but it's not equal to competence. Fluency is not accuracy. AI is a tool, not a brain. Use. Right? सबके लिए applicable है. Create किसने किया है? Brains ने create किया है. Create तो brains ने किया है. But dependency उस पे होती जा रही है. और साथ में apprehensions भी हैं कि हमारी jobs ले लेगा. पर create किसने किया? End of the day. We created it. Brains, human brains created it. Right? So never rely on AI alone. Always verify with trusted human reviewed sources. Okay, moving on to the prompts things. We have written some simple prompts. Can we have just 1 or 2 and see them here on a tool and the output? I wanted you to see on your devices, but I think the challenge is with internet. So that's why maybe we'll just show a couple here. Very smart. You're asking the LLM to generate the feedback for the session. Very smart. It's job done. Session ho gaya, uske baad ma'am is going to ask for the feedback. Wonderful. So dependency, think about the dependency, see the dependency. For every small or big thing, we want them to work for us. We'll not be able to do all of them, just a couple. Create a lesson plan for grade 2 on numbers and numerals up to 99 for 30 minutes. Okay, lesson plan for 30 minutes for grade 2 on numbers and numerals up to 99. Okay. Okay. He will, I'm saying he, it's not he. It's not he, right? What is it? And this is an application. Sorry. Okay. Grade 2, mathematics. Numbers and numerals up to 99, duration 30 minutes, learning objectives, recognize and read, write numerals, understand place value, compare numbers using this. Lesson breakdown, warm up hai 5 minute ka. Ask students to stand up, call out. It's gone into very detail. Very, very detail. Do you create lesson plans like this? Itna detail? Ask students to stand up. Okay. Activities are also there. Example is also there. Material, worksheets on mini whiteboards. आपने बताया नहीं आपके पास white board है कि नहीं है? क्लास में white board होगा, black board होगा, projector होगा. Activities कैसे बना रही है? Strength क्या होगा क्लास का? But yeah, some output it will give. Some output it will give, and it won't prompt you again. It's not prompting back to you. What are the resources you have in the classroom? What medium? Medium of transaction क्या है? What language? Learning levels क्या है students के? Do you want a differentiated lesson plan, or you want like one common thing for all? So yeah, so which means we have to think about the scenario of the class before expecting the correct output from the AI LLM. So I just pointed out some of the gaps in the prompt, but there could be many more, right? Can we have one more? See, it's asking, would you like printable worksheets or flashcards? Yeah, that's there, but it's generated the lesson plan and then now asking, would you want, of course it'll do. Now it creates a PDF also, it creates a PPT also that you can download and do. But we'll come to that, how to assess that too. Yes. Okay, find zeros of quadratic equation easily with factorization method. To find zeros of a quadratic equation, this is the formula, then quadratic formula it's given. Okay, where maths teacher, do you find any gaps in this prompt? Quadratic equations, is this a complete prompt? Yeah, show the prompt, Gitanjali. Find zeros of quadratic equation easily without factorization methods. Okay. Okay, general method. Any other maths experts? Do you find any gaps in this prompt? Is it complete? All respects? The output is also correct? Just show. Okay. Final answer is this. There has to be something else? Okay. 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 This is not the final answer. Right. Okay, let's go back to our presentation. We've seen how currently we are writing the prompts. I will give you a framework that we are following at a Raspberry Pi Foundation to refine your prompts. I'm not saying that's the only one framework. There are multiple others. It's just that maybe this is working well, but there could be any other, and you can create your own framework also. You can all create a structure, a template for your prompts so that you do not have to do multiple things in one framework. In one prompt you can show, or you can maybe guide the tool in a correct way to get the correct output in the first instance. Yeah, so what is a prompt? And why is it not an instruction? Why is it not a Google search, keyword search? Why we started calling it prompt? Command. Yeah, it's giving command only through prompt. Prompt means like you're giving some ideas. Huh? Clues. Okay. Clues. Okay. Clues. See, instructions are like more like, okay, click on this file, open this file, pull, switch on the button. There are instructions. That's how it is different. And keywords we've seen, search keywords, we've seen that they're pretty different. We just have to give words, random words, not in a proper language. But here prompts are more structured. And we are just giving clues. Okay, this is what we want. And we can have an objective, clear context, clear example given to the prompt to ensure the correct outcome. So these are prompts. A prompt engineering or skillful way of writing. See, we have to understand the language now because see, LLM has, let's accept it, it's become our assistant. Hai na? So the clearer the instructions, better the outcomes. No, it's not needed. Of course, it's not needed. It'll come by. But I am here, and I told you, I've been given the responsive. You have to listen to me, right? You can have your own structure, but we are going to talk to you about what is after some research, after some practice, we have devised a framework that's working well, that has got all the elements. If that works well for you, you can adopt it, right? We'll practice some prompts using the Ocean framework. Of course, you can have your own, whatever works for you, right? Yes. So what is the Ocean prompting process? And by the way, these are all image generated by AI by prompts. Maybe can we show the prompt also for this image? The prompt is, I wanted a square image. Square format, Indian education system. There is an Indian education system here. Background, artistic image combining the ocean and the concept of AI. Inspired by waves. The scene features a large wave in the style of waves with elements of artificial intelligence. You'll see some artificial intelligence here. Integrated into the design. This includes circuits, digital patterns, symbols of prompting like text, bubbles, or icons. Background blends traditional Japanese art with futuristic digital elements, creating a harmonious fusion of old. How many words? But once you create one prompt using all the elements, you don't have to repeatedly now add that, now add that, now add that. So it'll maybe help you reducing, again, saving time, saving energy, all of that, the reasons behind using the technology. So go back to the ocean prompting. It's helping us. And what does the acronym? I think I've talked about that. Ocean, what does O stand for? Objective. I'll go over these slides very quickly because you've understood the concept. Ocean, O is objective. Set clear goals. Know what you want. Yeah. So these are some examples also. I want help drafting a self-assessment checklist for students after a project on energy sources. Project ho gaya. Now I want a self-assessment checklist. I want help to write a beginner's guide to opening a new project in scratch. I want help to create an engaging blog post about the latest trends in AI careers. I want help designing a role play. So this is how your objective can look like. Okay? एक बार पीछे वाले पे जाएंगे. The previous one. So clear goals will help avoid generic or off-target responses. Okay. Yes. So there is one more concept here, personas. If you guide the LLM, the tool, about personas, what it should behave as a teacher or a student or a quiz master or a career coach or a childcare professional, that can help us in that. So that can also be added to your prompt, the persona. Personas makes interactions more engaging and tailored, shapes not just the output, but how the LLM communicates with you. Yeah. Then context, yeah. So ocean, C stands for context. Give the context. Why do you need it? In which settings? Word count, language, right? Audience, all of that. So tone, key points. You want a formal tone, or you want a conversational tone, or you want a podcast tone. What tone? Model understand context helps the model understand the purpose and structure. It includes specific like word count, target audience, and important facts. Shweta, can I request you to share the handouts also, because you don't have to write, it's all there, and we can share the PDF also with you, right? So, what does all that stand for? Then helpful context settings will include length of the document, relevant target audience, tone and style, like I said, casual, conversational, professional, complexity of language, non-US, UK, or whatever language. Important information like dates, times, facts, figures. If a seminar has to happen on a certain day, I want a notice for a notice board, prepared for notice board. I'll have to give all these details, target audience, what date, what duration, what place, venue, other specifics that shape how the response should sound or its structure and format. Yes. Then the next one is examples. If you give examples, that will be helpful. Otherwise, again, like I do that. I will give a drive link or a PDF because there are options now to upload. If something is already existing with me, I just want to get the idea. In fact, I want to create a summary. I'll give the PPT and I'll say, create a summary in these words. Should focus on this, and audience is this. I want to use it for this. But because there are options to upload the files also now and add the links, why not give examples? So examples will set the expectations for tone and style, helps the model mimic the desired output closely, provide links to online examples, upload previous examples as PDF or doc, right? All these images are generated by using prompts. The next one. So our prompt is ready now using OCE. Now, what do A and N stand for? Human element is not going anywhere. We can't do that. We can't afford to do that, right? So human to hai. Because now the output is there. Can I give it to the students or my audience just like that? Maybe I just wrote a poem, but I don't know. Can I just use it like that? Or I need to do a proper assessment of the output. So that's where assess comes. And is it good enough? Looks for accuracy. As I said, it appears to be right. It may not be right. It's giving you advice, but doesn't have the complete context. I have tried giving context using the context part of my framework, but still, because there are no emotions. Accuracy, relevance, and tone. Watch out for errors, biases, and spelling or language. Ensure it aligns. By default, it gives you US thing. Ensure it aligns with your original objectives. So this is not going anywhere. Go to the next one. What do you mean by bias? Biases, stereotypes. We know that. Gender bias. There could be many biases because it's depending on the vast data and somebody from where that data got into that tool. There has been like scandals around all of that. If you follow news, and we were seeing that it's evolving, but there have been biases. If the model has been trained using a certain set of data, it only knows about that, right? So that we have to be careful about. So there was one study here, del word used in those papers and all, a lot of times. So a chart shows chat GPT ka hai. So there could be US spelling, complex words, colloquialism, idioms, word count, hallucinations, misunderstandings, and bias, which you have to be careful about. Assess also has another aspect. This is one for the correction and all. Another aspect about ethical. Now comes the second part of my session title, effectively we're learning. Ethically is also under assess. Where yeah, करेक्ट है कि नहीं है एथिकल तो आएगा ना उसमें सो या करेक्शन रेलेवेंस वो है accuracy है but accountability safety privacy and all that will also come, which will be part of my last slide. Yeah, now what? I've got the outcome, I have assessed it. Now what should be my next step? Negotiate with the application, refine it more, simplified way, reduce the time, the word count, or whatever I missed mentioning during the OCE. Or now I get an idea after looking at the outcome. So this is negotiate, provide feedback and request tweaks, act like a creative director giving clear conversational feedback, be specific about changes to improve accuracy, accessibility, style, and tone. Yeah. So negotiate. Again, there are some we can negotiate whether maybe change the language, the tone and all, approachable, which means avoid the jargons and all, casual, concise, conversational, educational, formal. I could have included all of that in the first place, like when I was creating using OCE, but maybe when I saw the outcome, I realized, no, that's more professional. I wanted it to be conversational. So maybe now I can negotiate on. Negotiation could be on any aspect, which is a way to refine. After assessing, now negotiation. Correct? So this is Ocean. Any questions here? Next 10, 15 minutes will be refining your previous prompts using Ocean. Yes, so can we have a mic there? It's here.
Yeah, so when you're trying to find it is research paper from in the research journal or something, right? So we almost use a similar kind of way, right? So
Mhm.
shall we call that as also a prompt, right? Or if not, why, right?
If not,
Why? Why don't we call that as a prompt? And but when you give to any kind of this kind of chat GPT on of any kind of yeah, we say this is a prompt, right?
so if we are, see, again, when we started, okay, I may not be right, but this is how I want to look at this answer to this question is there is always a new term linked with new tool or technology. When these search engines came, we started calling them keyword searching. We could have called them prompts or instructions or something, right? But we started linking instructions, the instructions with command program, right? Programs. When we said write a program in C++ or Java, we say it's made up of instructions. Now, when we're looking for information on search engine, we started calling it keyword searching. Now, when this has come, we're calling it prompt, and we see that structure is different also, right? We see the structure. Now, if you are creating summary of the research paper, you're finding that, and you're giving the your command in this format that looks like a prompt and not just keyword. Like you're not just writing the word keyword plus this keyword plus so you can very well call it prompt is what I think. Of course, why not? Prompt is a clue given to the system, which is, I mean, not only the system prompt we use generally also to get some more information, right? Are you using AI tools to create a summary of the research papers and all? So are you doing that? Yeah.
No, no.
Otherwise also you can write, of course, why not? Who's stopping you? Yeah. Any other answers for this? Any other differing answers? This is what I think. Why not? We can call them prompts. You have? Yeah.
So basically, to answer his question, I work in an IT company, so I can answer that. So search engines are like we use the word rightly. You said keywords. So if you understand the logic of search engine and AI, you can easily relate the terms. Keywords, and again, you give a set of you give the same prompt to a Google. It will go and fetch data, but it takes only the words that are there. Yeah. So it takes a lesson plan, it takes NCRT, second standard, and it fetches the data from the list of most searched word or relevant searched word. And again, there are more things in keyword searching also. If you give a double quotes, that search has to be there. If you give a file type, so there are multiple levels are there. So the same way, if you see just a prompt, I am not sure whether you can see what is happening in what is the background happening after you give a prompt. The prompt is getting converted into multiple layers. It if you click on that perplexity, you can see what it is doing. It will say analyzing. So if you give this, it will make more sentences. Yeah. Like what he is asking, what that person is asking, like that, it will analyze. You can see in few AI tools that what it is thinking also. The prompt, whatever we are going to give, will not be the same. It will go at the, I think it is 44 layers are there, around 44 them. 96 layers are there. So, the same prompt will not go there. Again, answering to your question, difference between a search engine and a prompt. Search engine, even if you give 10 times, the same result will come.
Yeah.
But in the prompt, what will happen is, since you have already searched that, say if I'm logging into my name and I've given that, say I'm asking what is a triangle.
Yeah.
First time it will give an answer. The second time it's not because it's the same, it will not give the same answer. will rethink that he didn't understand, and it will give in a more simpler way. Third time it will be in a still other different format.
Yeah. Thank you so much. So actually going into the technicalities behind the algorithms, like what's happening behind the search engine and prompt, we may see a difference. Also, again, I just wanted to highlight everything is great that you shared, and that's, of course, has enriched us. But we are not calling it a tool thinking or rethinking. Then again, we're going to anthropomorphization. We're thinking that it's a human only. I don't know. We can't help it, right? It rethinks. It doesn't rethink. Maybe it works. It reworks on its existing data now. Can I say it like that? Yeah. I don't want to associate this thinking ability with the AI tool. It cannot think. Huh? Thinking. Yeah. Well, that's to give us the impression that AI is thinking, and then now it's rethinking, right? Yeah. Okay.
Excuse me.
Yeah. Just I'll cover this slide, and then maybe you can rethink. Human oversight. We've talked about that earlier. Also, I showed you. Never trust. Never trust LLM. Do your final check, do a final review, take in critical review of the work, quality assurance, use your expertise to perfect the language and clarity. And now is the time, without wasting more time, can you please refine your prompts with the Ocean framework now? And maybe a couple of more, couple of them we'll share, we'll try here. Yes.
Ma'am, before going to that, I have a question
Sure.
and also a concern. I really like the approach of Ocean prompt. So as an adult, we will definitely go through all the steps, and also we will assess the output that generated by the AI tool, and we also try to negotiate. So if we think of an adolescent child,
Yeah.
so I think it's a challenging for them also to assess the output, because they go to AI tool to get data from it, and they might not be able to assess whether it is a right or not, or also they might not be able to validate it. So I just wanted to understand, so while you work with the students, so how did you tackle this step, like to especially on assessing the data that we get from the AI?
Did you attend last year's Professor Viraj's session here, the workshop?
No, ma'am.
A wonderful session. How do we prepare our students now? So it's time to change everything, right? We are changing, students are also changing, and we have to change our approach to teaching and assessing, and the expectation from the students also. The work that Professor Viraj is doing is creating refute questions. And when we say challenge the output, that means that has to be given to the students as their instinct, whatever, not to the students, for us also, right? Now, instead of asking them create a like solve a problem, we say here is the solution to the problem generated by AI, or maybe I have given that. Look at it critically. So the approach has to change, right? So problem ka solution to quadratic equation ka everything the tool is giving me. Now, do we have to make the students feel confident after seeing that output and just submit, take the printout and submit as the assignment? No, that's why human oversight. And that's what we have to keep stressing on all the time. So our responsibility is also changing now, not just teaching the subject, teaching all those ethics. That's why I say using AI effectively and ethically. Ethically goes for all of us, all humans. I hope I was able to answer. Thank you. Okay, yes. Can we spend some time on refining? Are you all up for it or tired? Tired? No. You got the cheat sheets also with you. Hai na? Let's do that. Pair activity. There are some more printouts. Can we? Sorry, what? Okay. Yeah. Cheat sheets have been given. Now ocean explanation about the ocean is also coming your way. You can use that. Or maybe we can have that slide also with ocean ka explanation. Yeah. Afraid I will not be able to give you much time, but yeah, I want to really see the, I want to call it improvement in your prompts. to get the desired outcome in the first instance. Because at the end of the day, it's all about saving time, energy, efforts by using these tools. Now I'm actually quiet for 10 minutes. Be quiet, please. If you have internet, please try it on your device. Acha. You've written this. First of all, I would say you don't need to. Otherwise, it's good. I think all of these things you have covered, most of the things. But we don't have to write, "Hey, ChatGPT." That addressing is not required. Yeah, we don't have to address, "Hello, hi, how are you?" It's not required for sure, right? You just start the scenario you're explaining. Then what are you, your persona, and then this is the objective. Provide. Maybe we can start with objective. Maybe you just need to reorder your things. Objective, persona, example. Persona will be you and your mother's personas here. Objective is that you want a summary of that report and the guidance, the approach, your next steps, है ना? Next steps. And then you're providing that report also, right? You'll be uploading that. And then pre-existing, okay, pre-existing neurological conditions also you will be uploading. Uploading all of that. So maybe, yeah. So first is my feedback to this is we don't need to address. They're not humans, right? And then start with the objective and the persona, and then just reorder things. Yeah, thank you. EAT. Yeah, yeah. No, yeah, persona you're giving. I don't think that's required. No. Again, that's what, no? So I'll tell you from the research that's happening at the Raspberry Pi Foundation. That's the perspective that I'm saying, and we are strictly saying not to consider the tool as human. Let's not confuse. Thank you and all. There was a news about that also. Like, thank you, you've been great. It's also costing money. All of these things, right? Please, thank you. All of those words are also costing money to. Do you think so? Do you think so? But it's doing that job already. I mean, yeah, of course, that's our nature. And we feel that we have done, our conversation was complete when we add those greetings there. Did it become more nicer to you? Nicer to you? That it will already also. Like, my laptop knows everything about me. For past 1.5 years, ever since I started using these, I just have to tell one prompt, and whatever I've been doing, what projects I'm working on, what feedbacks I've been getting, everything. I have not used please, thank you, sorry.
Mamta,
No, nothing.
I have a
Yeah.
difference of opinion in that.
Hmm.
Uh, the point what we are discussing is whether we can say please, thank you, those stuff are right. So as a technical person, I completely agree on that, because when you use a please, it loads my that LLM with a lot of things, and it's perfectly fine. As a technical person, it's perfectly fine. But from a student point of view, the biggest challenge what they say on using AI is they are going to lose the social skills, because when you give any, if you put any prompt, the first point will be, wow, that's a wonderful question. Whatever question you are going to pose, it's a wonderful. It starts with that only. Wonderful question. We never thought of this point of view. Things like that. So we easily get drifted and get attached with that tool. The thing is, the more we interact with that, so if you consider that as a tool and keep just giving the instructions alone or the prompts, to be more specific, you don't address anything, or like he said, hi ChatGPT, what will happen is, will the student be able to differentiate whether he's talking with a ChatGPT or any AI tool and with a common friend or a teacher? Tomorrow he will start asking teacher also in the same tone, right? He will ask the teacher, he will not give any that any of those terms. So should we think in that angle when we are going to teach how to create prompts for for children? For a teaching community, it is perfectly fine. They can differentiate between a tool and a human. So for children, should we rethink on that, is just a question.
Thank you for the question, sir. Technical aspects I understand, may or may not, like, there's cost impact, but it's not harmful, of course. It's not harming our thing. If you write that, it's not harming, right? It's required, not required? I don't think so. It's not required, is what I feel. Now, the question that you're saying, should we be allowing the students to start addressing the devices, the tools, as respectfully as if the teachers or mothers or friends or all of that? This is highly debatable. Do we want to rely on the machines to teach our students the social skills? Highly debatable. That's a separate discussion. I, as a teacher and a mother, I'm very, very skeptical if the world is going around towards that direction. We want to teach the social skills.
No, it's not about teaching the social skills,
but like, we want to tell them.
Yeah, it's about
we want to tell them.
Yeah, holding.
Frame your instructions by all of that so that you don't forget these etiquettes.
Yes, because
These etiquettes.
because if you interact with children,
Yeah.
they are interacting less with their peers than
Yeah.
the
Yeah.
AI tools.
But that's a different debate that I would I don't think that's the scope of the discussion here. But my stand here would be let's teach the students, let's sensitize them towards this tool as a tool and not as a friend or or a teacher, or let's keep reinforcing this fact that this is a machine, this is a tool. And of course AI tutors are there who will teach you social skills and all that. They're different, they're there for different purpose, they have got a different purpose. But highly debatable that whether we should be doing that. Yeah. At least for the prompt it's not required, right? How are we doing on that? Yeah. Yeah, yeah, understood. Yeah. Mic is coming.
Okay, so on that, like teaching kids the etiquettes, it's the other way. I feel that my son asked me whether I say thank you if I get a good answer. I say good or not, I liked it or not. Do I kind of appreciate AI when I get something good? That was something my son asked me because they think that there is a day when AI is going to take over. And on that day, AI is going to check the history. Did you thank it enough for doing the work for you, or you get eliminated? So I think that is going to get addressed by itself.
I think which means somewhere there, we're accumulating that fear also. AI को बहुत बहुत ऊपर जगह दे दिया हमने. Yeah. Sci-fi movies will. Yeah. Thanks for sharing. Ma'am. Okay, are we done with the prompts? 5 minutes. Okay. Right. Okay, let me just okay, maybe if any one of you can just stand up and share how you've refined your prompts. Is it helping? Is it helping? If I can maybe get an answer. We can't practice it. We can't do that because of the time constraint. Just one answer, maybe. Raise your hands. Yeah. Yeah. Are you able to use this? But it'll keep building. Like, yeah, of course, you've got the notes with you now. But as I said, this is not the only framework. You can create your own, whatever works for you. Right. And now, just 5 minutes, talking about another aspect of assess, which Jane also pointed out, fat PS. We can't be relying on the output. I've been saying that from the start. Uh, this is again a framework we're using at Raspberry Pi Foundation, emphasizing on that. So fairness, be mindful of the biases, ensure the content is inclusive. Accountability is you're accountable to your students. If you are, if you end up delivering something wrong, which God forbid cost you your job, it's your accountability, not AI. You cannot hold the tool accountable, right? Transparency, I would recommend, like I did, I have given a quote, cited this, the image generated by AI. Given the prompt also. We always used to do that, right? We are taking a picture from anywhere on the internet. We are giving attribute to that source, like the website. This is how we have to do. Because we are being transparent, this is not my content. Like there is a temptation. मुझे बोला गया ये session prepare करना. I said, let's go to GPT and give me the flow of the session. The GPT will give me na. I will just have to tell the teachers हैं, इस age group के हैं, students के हैं, इस geography के हैं. Easy. Temptation hai. But then be mindful of all that. But also ensure transparency. Always in your lesson plan or activities or quizzes or assessments, mention this is generated by AI. Right? This is not anything like, yeah, you are subject matter expert. Nobody's taking away that credibility from you. It's just that you have to use tools. You can't stay away from that. There is no escape now. But be transparent. Privacy, be mindful of the students' data, anyone's data that you're uploading, using. So privacy, keep them privacy. Safety. What do you mean by safety? Personal information should not be shared. And also, is it age relevant? Is it culturally appropriate? The information that is going out is culturally appropriate. So just be mindful of all of these when you assess the outcome, along with the accuracy and all that, and then only use that product. These are all research. I've mentioned all of that from where it's taken. It's been taken. Just thought of putting a quote by Barack Obama. The advance of AI promises benefits in education, but we must make sure teachers have a voice in how these tools are designed and used. So we are still not going away. Yeah, these tools are only to support us, help us get more connection with the students, because students are कहीं पहुंच गए हैं वो, तो उनकी पेस पे हमको मैच करना है, और वो उनको बनाया किसने है? हम नहीं बनाया है ना? We thought about creative thing. Just done. I think that's the last slide. Gitanjali, we're done. Thank you so much. Time for questions if they allow me, but I am available outside also during the lunchtime. We can connect. I can take all the questions there. Is that fine?
Yeah. Yeah. Big round of applause for
Thank you
Mamta.
so much. Thank you so much for being patient listeners and being like a lot of great contributions. I think we all feel more empowered, more enriched after the session because of all the inputs that came from you. And I'll see you outside.
Yeah. So due to lack of time,
Thank
so
you so
I'll
much.
ask you to interact with Mamta during lunch. She will stay for some more time. So please interact with her. Now we are coming to the closing session. So I'll hand it over to Sonia for the final comments.
Thank you, Chitra. And thank you, Mamta, and the entire team of Raspberry Pi Foundation, who has been so helpful, right? We have been working on the design of the program. And I just want a quick show of hands. Okay, everybody awake, paying attention? How many of you found the session useful? Mamta, I hope that gives you the answer. And Mamta is staying with us for lunch. And as you all know, we have a very leisurely lunch. So please make maximum use of your time. And so I have a very special person with us. So that is Hemant from his head Sakal NIE. People who are in Maharashtra know about Sakal newspaper in education. And I was just talking to Hemant outside. So I would like to tell you, Sakal has been our sponsor from CTiS conference first edition. So can we have a round of applause? So we will hear it from Hemant, and so we've been very fortunate to have their sponsorship this year, and I'm sure all of you visited their stall. So over to you.
Good afternoon, everyone. Uh, I have used Raspberry Pi in MKCL when I was general manager at MKCL. So we have used almost 900 of them, your unit, and then we had. I mean, that time this was not there, but I've used it. So great work they are doing. So, and I heard some of the lecture what you gave. I was sitting there for 5 minutes. So great thing, and I know when I come at such a forum wherein there are intellectuals, there are educational drivers sitting out there, and then you have to speak in front of them and tell them about more about education. Basically, what we do in NI, like we learn from you. I would like to ask you, how many are from Maharashtra in here? Oh, wow. And how many are from Marathi medium? Wow, I am so happy that you are here and you're really grabbing up all international content and whatnot things going on internationally. So I'm really happy for all of us from Maharashtra. So basically, CTIS and our association are pretty long, and these people are doing good work for SCRT and NEP also that I heard. But when it comes to Sakal NI, we are into community building exercise. I mean, there are a lot of things which government cannot do, or and as an individual cannot do. But as a media, we are the largest media house in Maharashtra. We reach out to almost 55 lakh people every day. We have Sam TV, we have three newspapers. One of them is NI. So, newspaper in education activity, we reach out to 1 lakh students every Friday. So, it's a 12-page daily in Marathi. We have started 2 pages in English as well. Uh, but not only about the information apart from your curriculum activity, but we run a lot of activities, and through those activity in near future we want to have at least one day in schools which is a bagless school. So these all activities what we are discussing, I mean we have curriculum, but there are मतलब मैं बोलता हूँ कि जो मराठी में उनको समझ में आया ज्यादा कि जिंदगी में बच्चे सीखते हैं उनके, हम उनको बोलते हैं 21 अपेक्षित, आपने नवनीत का आपको बहुत पता है, तो देर आर 21 अपेक्षित प्रश्न नहीं है उनके सामने, 21 अनपेक्षित प्रश्न है after 10th or after in life. So how to solve those unapekshit questions? That's why everybody is here. So that's what NI is trying to do, and that's what in our models we have cyber security lectures, we have sex education seminars going on, we have other lot of things. Digital literacy पे बहुत हम काम करते हैं. So तकरीबन 1000 से ज़्यादा वर्कशॉप्स हम इन स्कूल में लेते हैं, जहाँ हम 1400 स्कूल्स में अभी काम कर रहे हैं. So those who don't know NI, you can just pick up a Marathi daily. We are soon will be coming to, we are trying to work with the government, and that too in Delhi. So we'll be soon coming in Hindi also. And हिंदी के लिए हम फिर बाहर के राज्यों में भी जा रहे हैं. तो और एक बैगलेस स्कूल का एक कंप्लीट मॉडल हमने डिजाइन किया है, जो हम 8000 लोगों के ऊपर उसका प्रयोग कर रहे हैं अभी. सो नेक्स्ट ईयर इट विल बी फॉर्मली लॉन्च्ड, एंड दैट टू एक्स्ट्रा करिकुलर एक्टिविटीज के साथ. सो if you want to do something better for students, better for the world, you are welcome to NI. You can write, you can share your ideas. We have a stall upstairs. You can pick up the paper. We have numbers also are there. So I would really love to have your intellectual capacity coming in NI. So that's what I will request all of you, and best of luck for your future. Thank you so much for associating with us. Thanks, Sonia.
Yes. Thank you so much, Hemant. Okay, I have the privilege of doing the closing, right? So you have my presentation. Okay. I have a short presentation. I won't take time. Hope all of you enjoyed being here. Great. Closing remarks. It's okay, even if the presentation does not come on. So first and foremost, I would like to thank each one of you for being here. And while she gets the presentation on, first team that I would like to come on stage is my organizing team school. So the teachers and the students, because we would like to have we wouldn't have been, it would have not been possible without them. So GK Gurukul school teachers and students on the stage for us. Come, everybody. सब लोग इधर है. Hey, come quickly. Parth, Moktik, one of you can take a photo for us. Please make sure all of you get your water bottles before you go, okay? They deserve it, right? Other teachers. They have been running around all over ISER campus, guiding you from the dining hall to lecture hall complex. Thank you so much for being a wonderful host.
And we don't have anybody from ISER today, but we had Somin and the director over dinner. So a big thank you to ISER because we have this space from them. And where are my ACM PICT student chapter volunteers? Come on. We'll do the thank you first. Then you can see my slides. It's boring. This is nicer. I will show it. Come quickly. It's your stage, not mine. Thank you so much. And can we have our PC chairs, organizing committee chairs, publicity chairs, all here on the stage? Come, Mayuri. Sabita, come on. They have been working so hard. This would not be possible without them. And we have some of our PC members with us. Aarti is here. Kritika, Geeta, Manisha, Gauri on stage, please. Manisha, Gauri, where are you? Come. Manisha and I are twinning, okay? It's planned. Come. Anybody else in the PC I'm missing? Jam is there, but we'll let Jam sit. Anybody else who was part of PC? Any reviews, any mentoring? Am I missing anybody? No? Okay. Can we have a round of applause? We have had calls from starting 9 p.m. going on till midnight. So Sonia has to be blamed. So I'm going to miss those 9 p.m. calls, of course. Okay, so over to my official duty. So CTiS, as you know, is organized by all our partners here. And next slide. It's stuck. So this is CTiS, right? This is us. So we are going to have one more group photo. You can, how many of you vote for Ariel and how many of you vote for a straight photo? Ariel. So Moktik, Parth, Ariel. But what I would request, Parth, before we disperse, you take one photo from here also. So we'll have a nice group photo here. Okay, next slide. We've told this lots of times. So this is organized by CSpathshala, which is an ACM India initiative. And for all of you who don't know about ACM, it is, do you know about ACM? So it is Association of Computing Machinery. All of us, Jam, me, you met, Vipul, lots of people from CSpathshala volunteers. So we are all part of the ACM India community. And why did we start CTiS? So actually Jam is part of that journey. So the whole idea was to give teachers a platform to be able to share your experiences, right? And also learn from each other. So that was the idea. Also, CTiS gives opportunity for you to go beyond the national conference. And I'm hoping this year a lot more teachers will please submit your abstracts to CT STEM. And if JAM and others have any other international opportunities, we will be sharing it in the community. Okay. We had a participation of 300 plus, probably more. I could not reach out to I know from the number of water bottles. Okay. So we ordered 300 bottles and a lot of people have not collected their bottles. So at least 300 people have been here and the caterer will tell me the truth. Okay. So, and it's very interesting because this time we have 18 plus states have participated. Next. Okay. So this is something that Chitra has already shared, right? But what I wanted to highlight was we did not receive abstracts only in English. So it is English plus. So we had Bengali, Hindi, Marathi, Gujarati, Kannada, Odia, Tamil, and Telugu. And we've had a really wonderful program committee which helped review in the languages. And actually, Rishi and Jyoti are here. They were part of program committee. Why didn't they come on stage? You were part of it. Okay. So And we did 5 regional conferences because if you get 490 abstracts, we wanted to give maximum teachers an opportunity to present. So we had more than 180 teacher presentations. Each regional conference had over 100 participation. All this you know. And I would like to acknowledge our partners here. Is Saish there? Saish Gandhi? I don't know, probably he stepped out. But we had him from Goa SCRT. We have AP Swari's representatives. ACM Nagpur chapter was here. Mega group of schools is here. PyJam Foundation, we have people. I don't know if Pranjali is here. And Vision Empowers we have. So can we have a round of applause for all our partners? And I'm not pausing at this slide, but I'm also telling all of you that in case any of you are interested in hosting regional conferences for CTiS 2026, you can write into us and we will be more than happy to collaborate. Okay. How does this graph look? I've said all the numbers, but just see. Looks good, na? So this is all the regional conferences we had. And we had so many general submissions. AP Swari's first prize, 166 abstracts, right? So you can see the numbers growing. And all that I want to tell you is that every abstract that we receive, and Chitra and Lakshmi have been working with me diligently. So every abstract, okay, is evidence of CT implementation in your classroom, right? So I would like to really thank each one of you for making this possible. And when I was talking to Jam and others, so this has become like a movement, okay? This is not just abstract submission. So thank you so much. And of course, we wouldn't have had such a wonderful CTiS without our sponsors here. So can we have a round of applause for them too? So this is for anybody who wants to know more about CSpathshala. So these are numbers which are far beyond, but we've stopped counting now. But this is the numbers that we have. We work with various state governments, but I only wanted to highlight this. There are teaching aids for grades 1 to 8. You can go to cspathshala.org for anybody who does not know about the teaching aids. Everything is available under Creative Commons license. You can download and use the content. There is a curriculum document and there is a syllabus document. Okay, please refer to that. If you have any other questions, you can write to us and we will respond. That's it. Thank you so much. So we can officially bring CTiS 2025 to a close and everybody join us at the dining hall for lunch. Thank you so much. Group photo, Ariel. Yes, all certificates they are here. I will just call them on stage. The organizing team teachers, can you please come on stage? Come now. All the certificates are with them. So please make sure that you get it. And everybody who's a participant, your participation certificates are also with them. Okay. So if the VE team wants to come on stage and collect the certificates, please come. Is everybody from the VE team here today? Vision Empower. Everybody here, please come on stage.
Last but not the least, how about a big round of applause for Sonia? Thank you.